Right, we draw to a close then, but don't go anywhere. Victoria this morning is in the copper box for the handball.
Hello, Rachel. Good morning. Yes, it is rocking in here. Hungary against Serbia, a really, really close game. There are some big lads down there on that court. It's really compact in here. It's intimate. It's noisy. The multicoloured seats rise from the court, all of which are full today, by the way, and lots of quality British music played in between points. It's a very, very fast game, which appears not to have very many rules, so it's simple to follow. Effectively, teams of 7 chuck the ball to each other down the length of the aqua blue 40-metre court and try to throw it in the opposition's goal, which is 3 metres wide and 2 metres high. There is a goalkeeper. He has to do a kind of Bruce Grobbelaar to try and keep the ball out. There are usually loads of goals in these games, loads of physical contact, loads of speed and loads of music. I bought tickets for my boys here on Saturday and they absolutely loved it. This is the game for children. Great Britain's men and women haven't won a game here. Each have lost all 4 games so far. So they're not going through to the quarterfinals. But remember, 5 years ago, Great Britain did not have a handball team at all, for men or women. So what these Olympics have done is really introduce an exhilarating sport to the UK, and for that we are extremely grateful. Laura Innes, 22-year-old from Birmingham, is from the British team. OK, the Olympics is over for you and your teammates now. You didn't win a game, but I don't detect that you're down at all about it.
No, of course, we came here and wanted to perform the best that we could and got the chance to compete on the biggest international stage that there is, and it was a fantastic experience for the players. But the lasting memories of this tournament will be the phenomenal support that we've had from the crowd. The arena now has the name of the box that rocks, and everyone's been going mad for handball, and that was our biggest objective coming into the games, that the public would fall in love with handball the way that we all did.
And we have.
Yeah,
we
it's fantastic.
Absolutely have. We're going to hear more from Laura in the next half hour of the programme. Mark, I'll tell you later about the atmosphere inside the stadium last night. It was tense. It was quick. It was over really, really quick, obviously.
But very, very enjoyable, I would imagine.
Exuberance and joy and smiles and Usain drawing back his arm to shoot the arrow into the London sky. It was terrific.
It's a little bit calmer here this morning. The sun is shining. We've got a lot of events going on, but there isn't obviously the tension that there maybe has been in the stadium over the weekend on the Saturday, Super Saturday night with Mo Farah and Jessica Ennis and Greg Rutherford, or obviously last night with Usain Bolt. But there is plenty of action and there are plenty of big name stars in athletics that we will see over the next 3 hours or so. David Rudisha in the 800 metres, Sally Pearson in the 100 metre hurdles. We've got women's 1500 going on as well. There's qualifying for the men's discus, so there's plenty of British interest as well, and we will bring it to you over the next 4 hours with myself and Victoria. We've also got some big interviews coming up, haven't we, Vic?
Yes, remind me what they are.
Christina Huragu will join us after 1 o'clock.
I did not know that.
Did you not know
I
that?
have no idea. When was that fixed?
Well, I've just been told that in the last half hour.
OK, fair enough.
Do you know about Dame Kelly Holmes?
I didn't know about Dame Kelly Holmes.
At 12:30, and hopefully we'll have some of the mums and dads who are going to be watching their kids try to win medals later. The Bleasdales, because Holly Bleasdale will go in the pole vault tonight. She's tweeted a picture this morning that her mum has sent her with various motivational words as a good luck card. So maybe we'll talk to her mum Debbie about that. We'll hopefully talk to the Tweddles as well before 1 o'clock. But here in the stadium we're set for our first athletics action of the morning. Mike Costello.
And it's the first of the heats in the women's 100 metres hurdles. Remember, here 3 days ago at about this time in the morning, Jessica Ennis set the new British record as the first of her 7 disciplines on the way to that magnificent heptathlon goal. 12.54 seconds, and the athlete she relieved of the British record, Tiffany Porter, is drawn on the inside here in lane number 2. The full complement of 8 athletes are here. Porter is in 2, and she's expected to be challenged most severely by the 2 on the outside in lanes 8 and 9, Anne Zagre of Belgium and Alina Talay of Belarus, who was second in the recent European Championships. There are 6 heats in total. The first 3 will go forward to the semi-finals. Also involved here as Tiffany Porter gets one of those huge roars that this stadium is now starting to become famous for as she is introduced to the crowd. These are the first athletes in action here on the 4th morning of competition at what's becoming a momentous athletics programme at London 2012. Porter did have the British record, 12.56 seconds. Her best this season is about a tenth of a second slower than that, and she's going to have to go very close to it to get through to the final, with the likes of Kelly Wells still to come, and Sally Pearson, the reigning world champion, who was so impressive in taking gold in Daegu last year, but who was beaten narrowly by Kelly Wells at Crystal Palace just a few weeks ago in what constituted just about the shock of the season. Here they're called forward for the first time and they settle into their blocks. Tiffany Porter over towards the inside in that same race at Crystal Palace in which Wells shocked Pearson. Tiffany Porter strolled over the line clutching her left hamstring and walked away in tears, but is now back apparently fully fit. We'll soon find out. They're down on their blocks. The first three will qualify for the semi-finals of the women's sprint hurdles. And in lane number 3, it looks like Drami of Mali jumped the gun, and she will be disqualified. A red card is soon to be shown in front of her. Alison Kirbishley, good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Well, great first race for us, and obviously great British interest for the crowd here. Tiffany Porter, she'll want to banish the demons of Crystal Palace. Her last competitive outing in London only a few weeks ago now, been suffering with a really bad back, but by all accounts she's back and firing on all cylinders. But like you said, Mike, she's going to have to be running close to, if not her best, if she thinks she's going to get close to the podium.
And it might be worth pointing out that, you know, through the whole of the men's 100 metres there wasn't a full start. And you know, when you get this kind of thing, and it happens a lot, it starts to get really tedious for everybody. That's one of the reasons they've introduced the full start rule, and most of the athletes, the seasoned athletes, are getting used to it.
And it's discipline, that's all it is, that's all you're supposed to do. It's part of the skill of being a successful athlete. And to think that in the 100 metre race a bottle was thrown onto the track and the only thing they were focused on was the sound of the gun shows the discipline necessary to be a top athlete.
So they settle into their blocks then a second time, minus Rahamatu Drame of Mali, drawn in lane number 4. That is now vacant. Porter over on the inside is in lane 2. Zagreb of Belgium in 8, Tale of Belarus in 9, and they should be the 3 qualifiers through to the semi-finals. This is the women's 100 metres hurdles. And second time they do get away, and Porter makes a very lively start, and she leads the field over the first 4 barriers. Tale on the outside is trying to go with her, and so too Zagreb. The front 3 are coming through to dominate the race now. Tale on the outside takes it in the end from Zagreb and Porter in a good contest for second place. And Alison Kirbishley, Porter just lost a bit of fluency in the closing stages there.
Well, we know that Tiffany Porter is awesome over 60 metres. She took the World Indoor Silver Medalist earlier on this year. But it was the latter part of her race, Mike. She just looked like she was tiring. She had a fantastic start, great attack at the first hurdle, was very much dominating that race. As you said, it was Tale from Belarus that was a good 7 lanes away from her. But she's now going to have to look up to the screen. I think she did get third. Sorry, it is first 3. I thought it was first 2 automatically qualified. It is first 3. She won't really like that view. 12.79 finishing third.
Will she be happy with her start, though? Is she known for a better start than a better latter part of the race?
Well, I don't know so much. I mean, last season she had a great year. You know, we saw a British record 12.56, which obviously Jessica Ennis has since bettered. But she's clearly lacking in some sort of power, training, endurance, whatever it is, speed, endurance at the end of that race.
Was the problem she had to do with her back?
Yeah, it was a back.
Right.
Over on the far side of the stadium, the Roar greets the appearance of Brett Morse in the discus circle. This is the qualifying round, and now he releases the implement out towards the 60-metre mark, but it was way short. Disappointing first effort for Brett Morse in qualifying for the discus. Still to come, the man mountain that is Lawrence Okoye, the British record holder, in the second of the qualifying groups.
Yeah, there's a great stat, Victoria, about Lawrence Okoye. He is a discus thrower, but when he was at London Irish and he was playing rugby union at that time, he's 6'6", and he could run the 100 metres in sub 11 seconds.
way.
Which isn't a bad thing to be able to do, whatever size you are, but at 6'6", and when you've got the power of a rugby player to be a discus thrower, that's fast.
We must have a conversation over the next few days about which we think is the most difficult Olympic discipline. It's a really good conversation to have later night when you've had a few drinks. Obviously there isn't a right or wrong answer, but we'll try and do it over the next few days. I'm just wondering about the beam in gymnastics, the uneven bars, you know, Beth Tweddle in the final this afternoon. Anyway, we'll have that conversation at some point. No time now. Obviously, hit half-time in the handball. Serbia are leading Hungary 11-9 after the first half, which lasts 30 minutes. Loads of Hungary supporters in here, absolutely loads of them, but it's a really tight game. Let's go to Martin Cross now, Great Britain's Richard Jeffries in the canoe sprint. Hi, Martin.
Hi there, it's a very different event to Tim Brabant's here. The paddlers kneeling in the boat and lunging forward, just one blade on their paddle. And this event, and we've got Richard Jeffries going in lane 2. 5 paddlers in this event. Jeffries in lane 2, the Kazakh Daduchek, Belarusian Zhikovsky from Uzbekistan, Menkov, and Chirila from Romania. And well, Richard Jeffries in second place at the moment, and as we just come up to the first 200 metres, it's the Kazakhstan Daydachuk is in the lead, but they don't seem to be going as fast in this heat, Anna Hemmings.
No, there's 5 of them are going to go through, so you know it's almost a formality for these guys, and you know, lucky for them, because at the previous 2 heats they did have to race for it, you know, because they've got the semi-final coming up in about an hour and a half, so they'll be just conserving their energy. You know, this is the first race of the Olympic Games. It's about dusting off the cobwebs, getting out, you know, putting down a solid performance, running through the race plan, and conserving energy.
So it's the Romanian Chirila who goes through the first 250 metres. First place, Richard Shepherd is sort of level 4th or 5th at the back there, but this is a run out for him. Shepherd is competing in the 200 metre event coming up on Friday. Really exciting, that, can't wait to see it. But there's a bit of a story about this guy, Anna.
Yeah, Richard Jeffries, he was part of, you know, probably heard quite a bit of the rowing last week about the Sporting Giants programme, and Richard was one of the guys that applied for that Sporting Giants programme, and he literally has only stepped into a boat 4 years ago. January 2008, he first got into a C1, a single Canadian canoe, and these boats are so unstable. He just, you know, I've tried it, I'm a kayaker, but getting into a canoe, one, it's really uncomfortable. You're leaning and you're on your knee, and the position is just really awkward, and they're so unstable, really tippy boats. And he just said, you know, he's falling in time after time, and this is January in Nottingham, freezing cold water, you know, but he had the motivation to keep going, because he said, you know, this is your chance, you could make it to the 2012 Olympic Games, and that was what's been in the back of his mind for the last 4 years.
So in the front of this race, through the halfway mark, we've got Vadim Menkov, who was, well, he was leading the race in Beijing, the Olympic final at 500 metres, so we know he's quick, but he's hardly using that pace at the moment. And Richard Jeffries back in 5th position. It's kind of a leisurely stroll down the course, this. It's most unlike the other heats. The first heat we saw the Olympic champion, the great Hungarian Attila Varda, coming in second behind the Frenchman Goubel, and then the famous David Calfiguera. What a battle those two are going to have in the final, should they get there, Varda and Calfiguera, the 2 giants of this sport. And the pace in those first 2 heats, well, it was very frenetic, even though they were heats, but this one is really quite leisurely as the paddlers come past the grandstand to the 250 metre to go mark, and it's the Uzbekistan paddler Vadim Menkov. He goes through in front. On his left, it's the Kazakhstan paddler Alexander Daydachuk, also in the Beijing final. And then on the right of that echelon, it's the Romanian Josef Chirila. And these 3 progress forward. All 5 are going to qualify from this 3rd heat of the men's C1 1,000 metres. There's a little sprint going on. I think the Romanian fancies it as they come forward to us. Yeah, just about 200 metres to go. And it's kind of a bit like the cycling sprint, where they're just taking it easy, just pacing each other. But the Romanians just completely opened out now, Anna.
Yeah, he has, and it's interesting that these, you know, this is a mental, psychological battle for these guys. I want to win this race, show you that, you know, I'm in great form, and I'm going to be the man to beat when it comes to the semis and the final later on. And he's just edging over the line, and it goes to Belarus. Russian Zukowski.
You know, and the thing we didn't see there is this amazing lunge they do, because if you really lunge back in your boat, the bow surges forward, and if you time it right, like the dive of a sprinter, you get your boat across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. You can really win a race on that shooting the boat through, really diving for the line.
We're not seeing any sprint. Still out on the course are the two paddlers in lane 2 and in lane 3, the Kazakh Dodaychuk and Richard Jeffries. They are just completely ambling down to the finish. I don't actually know why the International Canoe Federation couldn't have arranged for 6 competitors in this heat so we could get a race of it, but the Kazakh crosses the line. Richard Jeffries, well, he crosses the line in 5th. We always knew he was going to qualify. I guess the thing is, it's fantastic for this guy, a sporting giant, to be in the Olympics, get the first race out of the way, and then, of course, his big event is going to come in the 200-metre version of this event.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's focused on, is that 200 metres, and it's just, it's unbelievable that he's here. When they told me about this guy who was training for the Olympics 4 years ago, never been in a boat, I just didn't think it was possible. So I'm just in awe of this chap.
Women's K4 heats up next. Back to you now.
Thank you very much. Mark, do you know how many people watched Usain Bolt in the stadium last night in the UK?
Go on, tell me.
20 million viewers watched that win. Do you know that's still, the opening ceremony, do you remember, it was just under 27 million. Yeah. So I might have thought it would be a little higher than that. It's still a lot of people, goodness me. That's like EastEnders on Christmas Day 15 years ago, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I think everybody connected with showing that on the telly will be very happy with 20 million.
Yeah. What else was I going to tell you? Oh yes, Louise Mensch, Conservative MP for Corby, is standing down this morning, and she has just tweeted this: "I'm incredibly moved by the kindness and generosity of the Prime Minister's letter to me and the support of my association with my family this week." Louise Mensch, Conservative MP for Corby, moving to be with her family and her husband in New York, and there will be a by-election in the autumn.
2 events going on in the Olympic Stadium at the moment. We've got the men's discus over on the far side in the sunshine, and nearest to us on the track, it's the women's 100-metre hurdles. In the first heat, Tiffany Porter went for Great Britain after a great start. She ended up finishing 3rd, still qualifying, and afterwards she spoke to Sonia.
Tiffany, is it a sense of relief to be safely through?
Absolutely. I was very, very nervous for this first round, and my main objective here was to come out and just execute, and I'm happy that it's over. I'm looking forward to the semis.
You had a difficult build-up with that back problem at Crystal Palace. Give us an idea of how you are right now.
I am good. That's behind me. I'm just looking forward to the future, and I'm very confident for the remainder of this competition.
You had a fabulous start. What about the second phase of your race in comparison?
I have to go back and look at it with my coach and see what he thinks, but at this point it was just all about qualifying, and I did that, so I'm happy.
Well done to you.
Thank you.
And if maybe athletics isn't your thing and you're wondering about the accent, Tiffany Porter has a father from Nigeria, a mother from London, grew up in the States. We're on for our next heat in the women's 100 hurdles. They're just getting ready to go down on their blocks, and this one involves Kelly Wells, I beg your pardon, from the USA. Mike.
Yes, she has, and for those who believe that Tiffany Porter came here to avoid the stronger challenges from American counterparts, well, she's actually improved in the 18 months that she's been in this country, so race by race she's breaking down a lot of the arguments. This one features Kelly Wells, as Mark says, with an amazing backstory. At the age of 30, she finished 2nd at the recent US trials. As a child, she was abused by her stepfather and was told by her mother to keep it quiet and to herself. Eventually she ran away from home at the age of 16, and a couple of weeks after doing that she came across a car crash in which both her stepfather and her mother were killed. Extraordinary story, and she set up her own foundation to help children in similar positions back where she lives in the United States. She was last year's US indoor champion, and she is the quickest in this particular field, although it's one of the strongest first round heats. She's drawn in lane number 8. Also in this lineup from Russia, 2 lanes to her inside in lane 6, Tatiana Dektareva, Shemaine Williams of Jamaica. Jamaica have a strong record in this particular discipline. Bridget Foster-Hilton most recently won the world title in Berlin back in 2009. Natalia Ivoninskaya of Kazakhstan also in this lineup, and towards the inside, Cindy Rohleder of Germany. Alison Kirbishley.
Well, the Americans like this event, don't they, Mike? And they've certainly held the title the last 2 Olympic Games. Dawn Harper, the reigning Olympic champion, will see her in the next of the heats, and Joanna Hayes way back in Athens. So the Americans do dominate this event, and of course Kelly Wells is coming into this event with the most confidence, having beaten the world champion and out-and-out favourite Sally Pearson of Australia.
Well, there's a good sparring session going on up above us between the clouds and the sunshine winning this particular round.
We can tell that. Have you seen your brow?
Into the blocks for this, the third of the first round heats, and the first three will go forward to the semi-finals. No one yet has got anywhere near Jessica Ennis's time in the heptathlon, 12.54 seconds. Tiffany Porter through for Britain, the only British representative in this discipline. They're down on their blocks then for the third of 7 first round heats. And they blast away from their blocks, and Kelly Wells makes a lightning start and leads into the first barrier from Kazakhstan. Ivaninskaya is trying to go with her, and further over is Skrovakova of the Czech Republic. But Kelly Wells comes through to win in 12.70 seconds from Ivaninskaya in second place. Skrovakova of the Czech Republic was also in contention for one of the qualifying spots. But it's 12.70 seconds, the winning time for Kelly Wells.
Yeah, and a very impressive job done for Kelly Wells there. She just needed to come out, look smooth, as the Americans say, execute, and that's what she did. She's got a very different style to Sally Pearson, as we said, textbook, the Australian, but Kelly Wells looked very, very impressive.
And Mike, you would have to have a heart of stone, wouldn't you, not to will her on in this event, given the backstory that you mentioned in the build-up to the race.
Yes, and she was just about favourite or joint favourite with Sally Pearson for the World Championship final last year, but she clouted a couple of early barriers and lost her chance. And she wouldn't know it at the moment. If you look at the scoreboard, her name is nowhere, but she has actually qualified as the winner of that heat.
No, the scoreboard seems a little bit behind at the moment. Kath Mary alongside us this morning. You're keeping an eye on the far side of the stadium, Kath. As you can tell, my voice hasn't improved from yesterday when we were together as well. Anyhow, what's going on in the men's discus?
Yeah, well, we've got 2 qualifying pools in this men's discus. It's qualifying Group A at the moment going on, which started at 10 o'clock, and then Lawrence Okoye and Abdul Buhari start in their B qualifying at 11:25. Well, Brett Morse had a no throw in the first round, so he's got a couple more throws to get it better. The automatic qualifying for that final tomorrow night is 65 metres exactly, and that is just within the compass of Brett Morse. He's got a lifetime best of just over 66 metres, so he needs a good throw out here this morning, and so far he's 1 throw down, and the lead currently in Group A is held by Haddadi with a throw of 65 metres and 19.
Thank you very much, Kath. Thank you very much, Alison Kirbishley. She's just given me a lozenge, Victoria.
No, it's a vocal zone.
Oh, it's a vocal zone, apparently.
Tom Jones swears by them.
Well, if Tom Jones swears by them, I'll be singing Delilah within the hour.
Great. I look forward to that. Listen, if you weren't in the mood, the noise inside the copper box would really give you a headache. Luckily, the 6,000 spectators here really are in the mood. This is a really close game between Serbia and Hungary. We're just about to start the second half. Serbia are leading 11-9. And these 2 teams are in Group B. Only the top 4 go through to the quarter-finals. Serbia are in 4th place. Hungary in 5th. That is why it is a really competitive match. If Hungary can beat Serbia, they will go through to the quarterfinals. If they fail to do that, then it will be Serbia who are through. Most people in this crowd seem to be supporting Hungary. I'm not quite sure about the British spectators, but I'll talk to some of those a little later. Laura Innes is with me, 22-year-old from Birmingham. She is part of the Great Britain's women's handball squad. And actually, Laura, you are the reserve, so you haven't played a game here. Do you feel really upset by that, or are you okay?
No, I'm okay. Of course it's tough. I would have loved to come out and played with the girls in this arena. It's just been fantastic. But for me, it was really important to finish the handball journey with the squad, and to be able to support them all the way through to the end has been fantastic.
What is so enjoyable, people will have listened to it on the radio, watched it on TV, or been here, just when there's a penalty throw, so when one team is trying to chuck the ball into the opposition's net, then the music comes on under pressure, and it just gets the crowd roused. When a player is simbed, when they're on their second yellow card, they go off for 2 minutes, 2 minutes suspension, and they either play Michael Jackson's Bad or James Sit Down, and it just adds. I mean, some people find that quite irritating, but I think it really adds to it. Do you?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a little bit irritating because you get these strange songs stuck in your head for the rest of the day, but it's fantastic, and it does just add to it, because it's such a fast-paced game, and it's so exciting. There's so much action. It just keeps the crowd involved the whole time. It's a really like the spectators get to do an awful lot in the game.
It is sort of interactive. We feel involved, don't we? Now, the Great Britain men's team haven't won a game either. They have one last game this afternoon. It's against Iceland. Iceland are the silver medalists from Beijing, and they really would like to go out on a high, wouldn't they? This is their last opportunity to show themselves off to the British public.
Yeah. It is. I mean, Iceland will be a really tough game for the boys, there's no doubt about that. But you can guarantee that they'll give it their all and play the best that they can play, and that's the match that you want to go out on.
Sure. Yeah. What's interesting, if this was any other sport that we're familiar with in this country, if this was football or rugby league or rugby union, and a Great Britain team hadn't won a game in the group stages, there would be a lot of criticism. Why isn't there for the Great Britain women's and men's handball team?
We haven't had a handball squad until the last 5 years. We had one a while ago in the 70s, and they did well, and it was really popular, and then it faded away, and it's such a shame. It's a minority sport. But we stepped up, and when we won the bid to host the London Games, then there was talent searches to find new players to come into the sport from other sports, and development of already existing British players in the league that we do have.
And that's how you got involved. You were sort of, either you volunteered or you were discovered by that nationwide hunt.
Yeah, I was. Sporting Giants.
That's right.
So
yeah.
You have to be 5'11" to enter that way as a girl, and 6'3" as a guy. So it is for tall people.
Sure. And you're 6'1".
6 foot. Yeah.
6 foot.
Just
right.
6 foot.
Okay. Now you've got your team debrief at 11 o'clock this morning. The Olympics is over for the women, the Great Britain's women's handball team.
Yeah.
And what's really interesting is you're already thinking about funding, because after this Olympics, you don't want that to be it for Great Britain, for handball in Great Britain, do you? And however many years ago, a couple of years ago, British handball's funding was slashed by 50%. What's the situation with funding?
With us, it's really difficult. We're really grateful for all the support we have had from UK Sport. It's meant that we could field 2 teams at this Olympic Games, and what we wanted to do was to show everyone what it was that we were doing, and the crowd have bought into it 100%, and they love it. And so in our debrief, it'll be nice to sort of plan the future a little bit. It's a bit uncertain, but we hope that the support from the crowd shows that everyone wants to get involved. I mean, the British Handball website has crashed 3 times for the amount of traffic that's been coming through it. So it's
really
been fantastic response, and we just hope that we can build on what we've done here.
The interesting thing is, though, UK Sport give out money on results, don't they? And if you haven't won a game, either the men or the women's, if they were being brutal, they would say, tough, you can't have any money. On the other hand, you look at the popularity of this sport at the Olympics, it would be cutting off the nose to spite the face, wouldn't it?
We hope that what they'll do is they'll help us towards developing the sport. You can't expect a sport to win medals in 5 years.
Sure.
But who knows what can happen in 10 years. And we have both squads are young and players that want to carry on. And so we hope that we manage to get some so that we can continue well and really push the programme forward so that we can be ambitious in the future.
OK. Thank you very much, Laura. Lovely to talk to you on the programme. Good luck in that team debrief. And we will follow British handball to see what happens after the Olympics, because it will be a shame if that was the end. It would be such an anticlimax, wouldn't it?
And I think those of us that have enjoyed it at this Olympics, whether it's actually been in the flesh or whether it's been just watching it on television, would hope that the authorities who provide the funding look at the greater good rather than just success and targets. Speaking of the greater good and competing, how's Brett Morse done in his latest discus?
He's not doing very well at the moment, unfortunately, is the Welshman. He's just gone out in his second round throw to 58 metres and 18, which is some 6 metres down on what Brett Morse has thrown this year. So he's got one more throw to try and get that automatic qualifying standard of 65 metres, which I've said before, at his best, his very best he can do, but at the moment he's in trouble.
This news has just come through to us that Philip Zadow has arrived in the Athletes' Village ahead of his triple jump qualification tomorrow. He'll go at 10 o'clock. The BOA spokeswoman, Claire Furlong, said she didn't know if he's rooming with anyone, but added he's set to compete. All is good. Darren Campbell. Has Philip Zadow brought this attention on himself? I mean, we're not asking who any other athlete is rooming with, and yet the smallest minutiae with Phillips is now being picked over.
Well, it just seems a little bit like tick for tack. This has been going on way too long, and Charles Van Comeny, who is the man that runs the team, really should have just put this to bed a long time ago. You know, saying that they don't talk to each other, there was no need for the public to hear that. Then when the whole situation came out about the injury, there was no need for Charles to go on TV and say, well, I could put sanctions on him, but I'm not going to. Leave it. You know, everybody going that they don't know where he is ridiculous, because every athlete has to fill out a whereabouts form where you have to say where you are 2 hours of the day. So did he not fill out a whereabouts form? You know, it's ludicrous, and I think having it out in the media hasn't helped anybody.
Well,
it's not the best situation to come into the Olympic Games, that's what I will say.
But he jumps tomorrow, and then hopefully we can talk about his ability rather than where he is and whether he's injured or not. Coming up next in the 100 hurdles down below us, Sally Pearson, one of the greatest, if not the greatest female athlete in the world at the moment. We will hear her first heat after the latest news on 5 Live.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the headlines, I'm Richard Foster. There's optimism that Team GB will add more medals to their current tally of 37, of which 16 are gold. There's going to be more cycling and gymnastics today. This evening, the athletics captain Di Green runs in the final of the men's 400 metres hurdles. Louise Mensch says she's quitting as MP for Corby because she can't give her family the help and support they need. They live in New York and she's going to move there to be with them. There'll be a by-election in November. NASA has landed a large mobile lab on Mars. It's called Curiosity and is about the size of a car. It's going to try to establish whether the red planet could ever have supported life. State TV in Syria says a bomb has exploded inside one of its buildings in Damascus. The broadcaster has close links with the Syrian regime. It stayed on air, even though several people were injured. And the High Court has ruled that the government back-to-work schemes, criticised as forced labour, are lawful. Kate Riley claimed that her human rights were breached when she was forced to work in Poundland without earning any pay. Now the sport is George.
Thank you. Tim Brabants has begun the defence of his Olympic kayak single title and is safely into the semi-finals. He finished his heat in 5th at Eton Dorney. That semi is in about half an hour's time. He'll need to finish in the top 4 to make it into the final. Richard Jeffries, by the way, also through to the semis in his canoe single heat. Tiffany Porter finished 3rd in her heat of the 100-metre hurdles. She too makes the semis. Well, from 10 to 11 this morning on the track, the men's 800 heat get underway with Andrew Asagi, Gareth Warburton and Michael Rimmer all going for Team GB. Philip Tadeau has arrived in the Athletes' Village ahead of his triple jump qualification tomorrow. The BOA spokeswoman, Claire Furlong, says she didn't know if he's rooming with anyone, but added he's set to compete. All is good. From 12:30 this lunchtime on 5 Live Olympics Extra, Ian Payne, Steve Parry and Karen Pickering review the Olympic swimming meet. They'll also hear for the first time from Michael Scott, the performance director for British Swimming, about Team GB's performance in the pool. And away from London 2012, weather permitting, of course, South Africa's cricketers resume their second innings, 39 for no wicket on the final day's play of the second test against England. They're 33 runs ahead of England. 5 Live Sports Extra from 10:45.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
And you join us with perfect timing as Sally Pearson has just been introduced to the crowd in the Olympic Stadium. Mike Costello.
Yes, one of the greatest athletes in the world right now, has had 2 unbeaten streaks of 33 races and then followed by 17 races, and last year the run was broken only by a fall in the Diamond League meeting in Brussels, but she was surprisingly edged out by Kelly Wells, who won the heat 2 heats ago at Crystal Palace 3.5 weeks or so ago. A surprise defeat for Sally Pearson, and maybe that has just given her the incentive she needs to tighten up her form heading into the World Championships here. An outstanding winner heading into the Olympic Games here. She was an outstanding winner of the World Championships in Daegu last year. She's drawn here in lane 8, one from the outside, and should comfortably fill one of the first 3 berths. and they get away first time, and in that customary style she leads to the first barrier and is already starting to stride clear. She was clearly peaked by that defeat at Crystal Palace, and now she's surging away from, in second place, Reina Flor-Okori of France. Those two in turn were a long way clear of the rest. 12.58 seconds. It's the fastest time of the first round for the gold medal favourite, Sally Pearson of Australia.
Oh, Mark, isn't she a joy to watch?
She is
one of my, well, she is my favourite female athlete on the circuit. You know, not just in her ability on the track to make the hurdles look effortless, but you know what, she's a gritty Aussie as well. You know, she tells it how it is. There's no grey area with Sally Pearson. She's so honest. And we were absolutely shocked at Crystal Palace, but since then we found out that she had a fall in a warm-up, and of course that would spook anyone. You know, this woman is running at top speed at these 3-foot high hurdles, and you know, that would scare anyone.
But that sent out a message.
Oh yeah, that sent out a message. I watched her sponsors' press conference just before the games, and she was talking a great game. She just said, you know what, Kelly Wells can do all the dancing she likes, but she won't be doing that again, because Kelly gave us a real show at Crystal Palace and did a funky dance, didn't she, at the end, Kath?
Kelly Wells beat her at Crystal Palace. I think she kind of came out with the Ben Ainsley-esque sailing, that, you know, that quote he had in sailing of, you don't want to make me mad. I think we're going to see something special here from Sally Pearson at this championship.
And we can pinch a little bit of her because she has got British links. Her auntie lives in South London. She's actually been based there when she's been in Europe. So you know, we can.
Are we doing a Lithuanian swimmer on her like we did with Militita, because she trains in Plymouth? We'll just claim a tiny little bit.
Well, she's a absolute staunch Aussie though, and she's very proud to be.
85058 is our text. Obviously, you can find both myself and Victoria on Twitter as well. Bill, postman in Reading, and Matt in Bristol have both texted a similar thing, Mike Costello, which is about Jessica Ennis and why she isn't competing in the 100 hurdles. With her withdrawing, says Matt in particular, has that given a chance to another athlete, or was that place essentially spare?
There wasn't another place because no other British athlete qualified. According to the selection rules, there are two different times or marks for jumps or heights if it's the high jump. There's an A standard and a B standard. If any athlete gets the A standard, then that particular country is not allowed to take an athlete with the B standard. In other words, if you've got an athlete who's very strong, you can't take an athlete who's weak in the same event. And there was no other athlete, apart from Ennis and Porter, who would have taken that place. So she wasn't denying anybody a place. And clearly she was either fatigued or that she's just thought that mentally that there is no point in doing this, because she cannot get herself up for it so soon after 2 days of what was really an ordeal, both in body and mind.
And the problem that the British team have, Mark, is that they have to declare the athlete it's almost 48 hours, about 36 hours before. So they had to declare her the night of the heptathlon 800 metres. So they could do the draws, because obviously the draws come out 24 hours before. So the British team had to give her the chance, because who knows, she could have woken up yesterday and thought, actually, yeah, I do want to have another dip in that 80,000 full stadium and hear the crowd cheer my name. But look, I think quite understandably, we can't even imagine where she is on an emotional high right now, and what would she be achieving?
Just to put it quickly into perspective, you've got to think she did 7 events in over 2 days. The pressure she's been under started probably 2 years ago, so all that pressure released when she received that gold medal. For her, it's a moment to enjoy, not go back in and deal with all the stress. 4 years ago, she didn't even get the opportunity to compete in the Olympic Games. I think there's plenty of time for Jessica Ennis to take part in the 100-metre hurdles. Let her enjoy this moment, let her decide what she's going to do with her future, and maybe in 4 years' time she'll be taking part in the Olympic Games over the 100-metre hurdles.
Go and have a beer and a burger.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you need to do.
Can I just throw one out there?
You know the thing with Jessica Ennis, she's a normal person. Yeah, she's somebody who does extraordinary things, but deep down she's just a normal lass.
Vic.
Yes, I hope I'm a normal lass. Can I just tell you what's good? I'll tell you what's going on here. Okay, there are 15 minutes to go in the second half of Hungary against Serbia in the Copper Box. Only one of these teams can go through to the quarterfinals. It is 15 all. Hungary are in 5th place, Serbia are in 4th. If Hungary beats Serbia, they will go through. This place is full for Hungary against Serbia in handball, a sport we do not know in this country.
Who are the crowd going for?
The crowd are mostly going for Hungary because they're in 5th place, I assume.
Right.
And there are tons of Hungarian supporters in here as well. Anyway, back here in a moment. Let's go to Martin Cross at Eton Dorney.
We've seen the men come down the course now. It's the turn of the women in the K4. There's 4 women, and at the moment the British crew in this of Jess Walker, Rachel Cawthorne, Angela Hannon, Louisa Sawyers are in 3rd place. It's the first through in this race and the fastest loser. The Hungarians are the form crew in this. They lead out, but the British have had a good start.
They've had an awesome start. They're actually head-to-head with the Hungarians, which is fantastic for these girls. You know, this is a heat. Only one boat is going directly to the final, so these girls will look to push the Hungarians all the way to the line, and if they can't win, they'll be looking to get the next fastest time.
This is a magic race, and the British just inches down on the Hungarians. The Hungarians and the Germans share World Championship and Olympic titles, and Britain are going head-to-head for them. It's the black boat of the Hungarians with the famous Katalin Kovacs in the 3 seat. They just lead by about 3 feet, but Britain must go for that all-important second-best time there.
They're looking so awesome together. The timing is great. They're looking really strong. Jess is setting a really great rhythm. It's her job to set the pace, and the girls behind them have got to give her the power to really get that stroke rate up. They'll be running at about 130 strokes a minute coming down this final stages of the race.
Into the red boys now. It's the Hungarian black bow that's in front, about half a boat length behind now. It's Britain in 2nd place, but the time does matter. The Hungarians come through. They cross in 1. The British boat half a length behind. We wait to see their time. So it's just waiting for the final qualification. Britain comes 2nd.
Thank you very much. Serbia are leading Hungary 17-16 goals. There are 15 minutes to go. Mike Costello in the stadium.
Where Lolo Jones goes for the United States in the last of the first round heats in the women's 100 metres hurdles. One of the most unlucky losers in Beijing in 2008. She was leading this final at the 9th of the 10 hurdles when she clipped the barrier and lost all chance. And the gun sets them on their way. She's drawn in lane 4. In lane 2, going with her over the first 4 barriers, is the 2009 world champion Bridget Foster-Hilton, but she's done what Lolo Jones did in the Olympic final and hit the barrier and completely lost her chance as Lolo Jones goes on to win in 12.68 seconds. And a crestfallen Bridget Foster-Hilton punches the track as she leans down past the finish line. She knows that she's lost all chance with a very elementary error. It happens even to the best of them.
What did she do?
She did absolutely crash through the hurdle. And,
she is sobbing.
Oh, I tell you
my
what.
Word.
And on Independence Day in Jamaica, that is not the sort of scenery you want to see, do you?
Lolo Jones tried to console her there, Mike, and she just had a proper, a paddy, for want of a better word, and threw herself on the floor.
Well, I was saying in commentary how Lolo Jones did exactly the same, but she was leading the Olympic final in Beijing at the 9th of 10 hurdles, and actually she waited at the end for Dawn Harper, the eventual winner, to complete her lap of honour, and that's why so many people took to her with such a warm embrace. But Bridget Foster-Hilton here, one of the reasons that she is so dejected here is that she's 37 years of age. She knows that this was her last Olympics, her last chance at Olympic glory.
Go on, Kath. Hang on, try again, Kath. Right.
And also, she's the 2nd fastest athlete in the world if you look at the world rankings, behind Sally Pearson. So understandably, she's absolutely gutted. And as the guy said, when you're relaxed and a little bit off the gas, these things happen when you've got 10 barriers in your way.
She's walking past all the TV crews, all the radio interviews at the moment. She's talking to herself, she's gesturing to herself, she's shrugging.
Let's challenge Sonia to speak
She's
to her.
trying to make sense. Sonia is 2 rows further back from where she is. Is she coming to... Well, are you going to try, Sonia?
Oh, goodness me. That's a real dilemma, actually.
I know.
Because, you know, she's clearly
distraught, isn't she?
Totally and utterly distraught, and she's still nattering away to herself, shaking her head. She's actually just walking around up the final flight of stairs to have a chat, to come past. Sally Pearson is now controlling. Sally, could I just have a... No, see, I was going to try and talk to Sally Pearson, but she's now... Fair play to that sportsmanship from Sally Pearson, because she is consoling Bridget Foster-Hilton, and the both of them are now, well, they actually haven't even left the track. The both of them are just hugging, and Bridget Foster-Hilton is gripping tightly to Sally Pearson, and That's really, really upsetting. But it's such a technical event. I go back to the Athens Olympics when Perdita Felicienne fell over the first hurdle when she was outstanding favourite to get gold. It happened to Lolo Jones in Beijing. You know, things go wrong when you've got a flight of hurdles in front of you.
Bridget Foster-Hilton is sobbing as she goes down those stairs, but what a gesture by Sally Pearson to basically pick her up, put her arms around her,
Lolo Jones
and
is
take
coming
her
now.
out. Do you want to try, Sonia?
Yeah, Lolo, can I have a really brief word? Can you sympathise with what we've just seen here unfold to Bridget Foster-Hilton? Because, goodness me, it happened to you, didn't it, in Beijing?
My heart breaks for her. Like, I'm literally about to cry because, I mean, this is her 5th Olympics. It's hard. Like, I've experienced that, so I'm just heartbroken for her. So
it was incredibly sporting of you to try and console her at the finish. I think she was too angry at that stage to take a hug from you. She took one from Sally Pearson.
If she would have even punched me, I would understand, because the emotions, you know, every 4 years, it's a lot invested, and she's been to so many Olympics. She deserves to have a medal, and I think this was her last chance. So heartbroken for her, heartbroken.
And let me just ask about you, because you had a gold medal almost in your hand 4 years ago. How did you stay so cool out there, knowing about what you've been through?
4 years of counseling sessions.
She's off.
She is.
I think that says it all, really. When you're a hurdler, I think you need to have a good psychologist.
Do you know the scene there, Mark, when Sally Pearson put her arm around her, and Lolo just mentioned it? Bridget Foster-Hilton made the final 12 years ago in Sydney. Sally Pearson was a young 13, 14-year-old then, you know, with aspirations to do that. And so when you're looking at someone that you know is now in her 5th Olympics, I mean, it really is. She was absolutely crestfallen going down the stairs there, gutted, but just a mistake, a trail leg, clipped the hurdle, threw her off balance, and that's it, gone.
We've seen disappointment and upset at these London 12 Olympic Games, but nothing probably rivals that and what we've seen in the last 3 or 4 minutes. Whilst all that was going on, Kath Merry in the discus.
Unfortunately, the bad news continues, but this time for a British athlete. Brett Morse, well, he had a no-throw on his 3rd and final attempt in this men's discus qualifying, so he's currently in 14th. His London Olympics are over, but we do have 2 more British guys coming up in the next pool starting at 11:25. Abdul Buhari and the man mountain, the British record holder, the world number 4, Lawrence Okoye, starts his bid.
And we'll talk more about Lawrence Okoye later on during this Olympics programme. I'm Mark Chapman at the stadium. Victoria Derbyshire is at the handball. Mike Costello, do you have the semi-final lineup then for the hurdles?
No. That won't be drawn for some time.
When will that be drawn then?
That will be drawn once they've collated all these the results from the first round heats. And the fastest of the qualifiers was Sally Pearson. It'll be some time yet.
And Kelly Wells just behind her as well.
Yeah.
OK, Mike, thank you. We will be back with the discus at 11:20 when Lawrence Okoye is one of 2 Brits going in that.
Things I thought I'd never hear myself say at the Olympics. Come on, Hungary. Hungary are now leading Serbia 20 goals to 18. Only one of these teams can go through to the quarterfinals out of this Group B in the men's handball. I do not know how these handball players lift their body weight and jump 2-3 feet in the air to chuck the ball in the opposition's goal. Serbia have been leading for most of this match so far. Hungary caught up. Now Hungary are beating them 20-18. Woo! Oh my goodness, I'm becoming a Hungarian. And I've got some Hungarian supporters. We're going to share the microphone here, so do bear with us. Marianne, hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm in total excitement. We are leading now actually by just 2 goals, and yeah, as you've said, only one team can compete further, so we are cheering for the Hungarians.
And you have the colours, the red, the white, the green of the Hungarian flags on both of your cheeks. You have a white t-shirt that says HUN across the front, and of course it will say Gary on the back. You've got the Olympic symbols on the back as well. How exciting is this?
Yeah, absolutely. In Hungary, actually, it's a huge national sport, and we were quite disappointed as the girls team couldn't qualify for the Olympics. So we are cheering for the guys because that's all we have.
Do you know this sport is really new to Great Britain?
Sure.
We knew very little about it. Oh God, sorry, I don't want to stop you watching the game. We knew very little about it. until the Olympics began. But I think British people who've been here anyway, watched it on the telly, listened to it on the radio, we are falling in love with this.
Absolutely. It's adorable. It's really quick, really exciting, with a lot of fight and pressure. So yeah.
And also fun and exhilaration and loud British music. Do you enjoy that aspect?
Yeah, absolutely. The atmosphere here in Copper Box is just amazing.
But if you were watching this back in Hungary, would they be playing Hungarian pop music in between points or during 2-minute suspensions or not?
Hungarian, international. Sometimes we are just practicing our cheering songs.
Right. So what we can hear now is Ria. Hungaria, is that right?
Yeah. Actually, it's the Hungarian form of Hungary. But what we say many things, just like songs, which contains the Hungarian word, another Hungarian word for Hungary, which is called Magyarország. So we have many songs.
So Hungary have scored 21 goals. Serbia now on 19. There are 9 minutes to go. I'm just going to pass your microphone, Marianne, to your... I don't know if you're friends at all, and I also don't know your name. Yes, I do. Zaid. Is that right? Hello, Zaid. Just put the mic. You don't need the headphones. Don't worry about that. Put the microphone there. Hi, Zaid. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. You?
Right. So, you're not an Essex boy, are you?
Yes, I am.
And who are you supporting?
Well, I'm not supporting anyone today. I'm just coming for the show. It's an unbelievable atmosphere and...
Go on.
And to be honest with you, it's a great show, you know.
So which team are you supporting? Have you chosen one?
I think I'm going with Hungary because there's so many supporters in the stands.
Are you sitting in amongst them?
Yes, that's right.
And we've got Lucy as well. Hi, Lucy, how are you?
Hi, I'm okay, thank you.
What do you make of this as a spectacle?
It's amazing. First time, and you can't, it's only during the Olympics you can experience something like that. So as my husband said, we are not supporting anyone in particular. France is playing tonight, but we couldn't get tickets, so I guess we have to support Hungary because there's a lot of Hungarian people in the
I think so, yeah. I think we are going to be shouting, come on, Hungary, aren't we? Thank you very much, Lucy. Thank you very much, Zaid. Thanks for coming on the programme, and thanks to Marianne as well. It's 10:51. It's 5 Live at the Olympics Monday morning. Let's bring you this news. Government back-to-work schemes, which had been criticised as a form of so-called forced labour, have been ruled lawful by the High Court. It follows claims by lawyers for 2 unemployed job seekers that the mandatory schemes, which are unpaid and last up to 6 months, should be declared illegal. Among the pair is 23-year-old geology graduate Kate Riley, who was a guest on our programme probably about 6 or 7 months ago now. She claimed the scheme forced her to work for free, stacking shelves and sweeping floors at Poundland. Let's talk to our reporter, Jason Kay. And just fill us on the detail and how we've got to this point at the High Court then.
Well, as you're aware, of course, Kate Riley, who's now 23, she complained back in January that she had basically been, essentially, in her view, forced to work free of charge at Poundland. Now, the background to this is that she is a graduate. She was obviously looking for graduate-level jobs. She studied geology and wanted to work in museums, and she'd actually been working as a volunteer, unpaid, in museums while she'd been collecting her job seeker's allowance. Now, she signed up to a particular scheme, which was called a sector-based work academy, and under those sort of schemes, it enables you to get training which is supposed to be relevant to the type of work that is available in your area. That's a key thing, work that's available in your area rather than the kind of work necessarily that you want to do. It also provides you with work experience and a guarantee of an interview. Now, of course, work experience and working unpaid, there's a fine line there perhaps, and some major employers like Waterstones, for example, pulled out of the scheme because they were a bit worried about this. But in her case, in Poundland, of course, she worked there for about 2 weeks. She was doing menial things that arguably that she thought were beneath her, but also that weren't relevant for what she was trying to do. Now, she decided she was going to take action against the Department for Work and Pensions, saying that it was essentially in a breach of the European Convention of Human Rights, Article 4 of which basically rules out forced labour. And there was also somebody else called Jameson Wilson, a 40-year-old, and he'd been put on a slightly different scheme called a Community Action Programme, and under that he had to clean furniture unpaid also in order to continue receiving his benefits.
And the High Court obviously disagreed. They took a different view. What did the ruling say?
Mr. Justice Foskett obviously has been hearing evidence on this, and he's been looking carefully at the legislation and the way that it's actually drawn up. And he said that both of these particular schemes were properly prescribed. He said that neither breached Article 4, but he did say that the government had actually admitted there had been a slight breach in the way it had been applied in the case of Kate Riley, and in Jameson Williams as well. He said there was also a problem, it hadn't been applied sufficiently. So on sort of technicalities, really, if you like, both cases the government has been found wanting, and the judge found that there were problems in those particular cases. But as for the schemes themselves, whether or not these back to work schemes that require people to work in order to continue claiming their benefits, they have been ruled lawful.
Thank you very much, Jason. Quick text for you, Mark. This is from Caroline. We saw handball yesterday. Very fast, very physical, very exciting. My 16-year-old Googled the nearest club to us when we got home. He would love to play, but there are no handball clubs near us in Suffolk. And that's going to be a problem. Well, I mean, they may have to start their own, you know?
Well, it is possible, isn't it? But as you say, that will be the problem, is how close geographically, because they aren't plentiful. But I've had tweets from people who are saying that they are going to start their own handball team. You know, people who play rugby league, amateur rugby league, say, we're going to try and play handball as well. So maybe more people will start their own clubs. Andrew Assaji is about to go in the 800 metres in the hot sunshine here in the stadium. They're not quite ready to go yet. So
Can I just tell you the score then? Sorry. Hungary 24, Serbia 21. There are 5 minutes to go.
Everybody on the edge of their seats in the copper box. Let's just get the time for the women's K4 from Martin Cross at Eton Dorney.
Well, the news here is that the women's K4 were quick enough to go through to the final with the fastest time. The Hungarians won their heat. They go through to the final. The Germans won the other heat. And it was the Portuguese who qualified in the surprisingly fast time of 1:32 compared to the British 1:37. But Anna Hemmings, we needn't worry about those times.
I think that the nature of our sport is that it's very affected by the wind, and I think that the wind was quite swirly, and that's what's affected the British time. But they're going to go in the semi-final. I'm confident they're going to go through in the semi. I wouldn't be surprised if they're first or second in that semi-final, and the top six will go through from the semis, and they looked awesome. They were strong in the heat. They were strong down that first 250 metres, really pushing the Hungarians, so they're in good form.
Got a big race coming up, chappers. Tim Brabant's semi-final. Will the Olympic champion make the final? Hearts in my mouth even now.
And when's he set to go?
He's set to go at 10:58. We're seeing the start list up now, but I do this quite quickly. It's really just a little break between the heat and the semi-final, and he's out there on the water now. You can probably hear the crowd when they saw him on the screen.
And whilst he gets ready for his semi-final, Andrew Assaji, Mike Costello is getting ready for his heat. He's just taken a swig of water.
Yes, and the first three from here will qualify for the semi-finals tomorrow evening here, and he's been drawn against the greatest athlete in the world, David Rudisha, the world record holder.
So Martin, as we wait for Andrew Assaji to go here, you take us through Tim Brabant's semi-final at the canoe sprint.
Well, basically Tim Brabant's qualified in 5th place in his heat. It means he's in an outside lane. Next to him in lane 2 is Zhu, the Chinese, then Larsen, the Olympic champion from Athens, and just been in the medals ever since he retired for a year or two. Erik Veres Larsen, the great Norwegian. Rene Poulsen, the informed Dane, is in one of the centre lanes. He's a European silver medalist this year. Then Van Coverden, who basically bossed Brabant's heat. He was miles out. The Canadian world champion should go through, should win this heat. I think it'll be head-to-head with Brabants and Ben Fouy, who was 4th in that Beijing final where Brabants won. He's in lane 6. The Bulgarian Kirshov in 7, and the Frenchman Carré, who qualified through the European qualifications, in lane 8. They're on the start now, Anna, in the buckets, just waiting for the start to be given.
This is a big race for Tim Brabant. This could be the end of his Olympic Games if he doesn't make it through in the top 3 in this semi-final.
Not a great start from Brabant. Not a great start as they come out of the pneumatic shoes. They drop down, and Brabant's a little slow to get away. He generally is quick in the first 250. but it's Van Coverden, the Canadian, in lane 5, the distinctive red bows of his boat. They lead, and Ben Fooey, he's a length out on him, but Brabants is coming back, and at the moment Brabants has really gone out strong. He's about 2 or 3 feet behind Van Coverden in second. A much better start from Tim.
Yeah, this is more like the Tim Brabants that we know. He likes to go out hard. When he won in Beijing, he led it from the front. He was head-to-head with Van Coverden all the way, and that's what he's doing right now.
OK, folks, just to let you know, Brabants has got to make top 4, and there's another 750 metres to go. He goes through in 3rd place behind Van Coverden leading. Kirshev, the Bulgarian. Brabants in 3rd. This is where it starts to hurt. Poulsen, the Dane, is now coming up level with Brabants in lane 4. Kirchhoff is still up there. Brabants, I think, in 4th place, but I think Poulsen will go through him. Larsen, the Norwegian, we haven't seen yet. He's got a great finish. He's about 1 length behind Brabants, but Brabants at the moment, well, there's a line of 3 of them behind Van Coverden who will qualify. It's going to be very close for that 4th spot.
Yeah, at this stage of the race, it's all about finding his rhythm, long stroke, really driving hard with the legs. He's got to keep relaxed and keep his technique together so that he's got some good energy left for those final stages, because we know that the Norwegian, the great Norwegian, Erik Beres Larsen, is very strong down that last 250 metres.
And it's so close. Brabants is in 4th place at the moment. Larsen is coming. He's got a fantastic sprint. His boat's moving up the hull of Brabants' boat at the moment. 500 metres just under to go. Van Coverden out in front. We've got the Bulgarian Kirchhoff. He's having a great paddle. The Dane Poulsen. Ben Fooey's dropped out of it. Larsen is coming, and Brabants is going to have to do something special, because Larsen's finish could put Brabants out. Brabants is still in 4th, but Larsen is half a boat length behind. 300 metres to go.
And this is where it really counts. He's got to put all that training over the last few years into this race. He's got to leave everything in this semi-final. There's no second chances in this race, and he's going to be starting to hurt the last 250 metres coming up, and the lactate starts to build.
So 250 metres to go. The cheers ring out as Brabants, in front of his home crowd, tries to make the final. Van Coverden goes through in front. Poulsen second. Larsen's through him now. Kirchhoff, the Bulgarian. Brabants is a boat length off. I don't think the Olympic champion is going to qualify unless we see something extraordinary in the last 200 metres. Van Coverden looks relaxed, calm, assured. Brabants is fighting. He's got to get ahead of the Bulgarian on this near side.
Tam Brabants is starting to fight back. He's coming through strong. We've got 130 metres to go, and he picks up his rate, and he's really, really driving towards the end. He's got a good finish on him.
It's an amazing sprint from Brabants, but he's still in 5th place. The Bulgarian on this side, he's fighting too. Coverden's in front. Larsen's coming through for second. The Dane, Poulsen in 3rd. Brabants is still out of qualification. There's about 5 or 6 strokes to go to the line. I don't think Brabants is going to do it. Van Coverden wins. Larsen second. Poulsen, and it's I think, did he just get that? It's oh so close between the Bulgarian and Tim Brabants. I couldn't believe he could come back that quickly. We're going to have to wait and see for that verdict. The Olympic champion is either 4th or 5th. That makes the difference between the final place, and the crowd are going to go mad if Brabants found something on those last few strokes, Anna.
I think he might have just snuck it. It was ever so close. We're going to have to wait for the photo finish, but he was down considerably at 250 metres to go, and it was a storming finish from the Olympic champion.
Oh, there's a big roar. There's a big roar from the crowd. I think they might have seen. We're still waiting for the results to come through on our monitor, but the roar from the crowd seems to suggest that Brabants may have done enough. The results aren't official yet. Van Coverden, they're showing replays of the Canadian coming through. I think there may have been a surge from Brabants just on the line. We still haven't had the result through as whether the Olympic champion will have made that final. We wait. And yes, I think we've got the results now. 4th place, just ahead of Kirchhoff. Oh my goodness me. That was an amazing result. Confirmation now coming on our screen. Tim Brabants in 4th place, the Olympic champion, safely through to Wednesday's final. heart in mouth time. Oh my goodness, that was oh so close, Hannah.
He did. He had us on the edges of our seats, but the Olympic champion, he pulls through. He's in the final, there to defend his title. It's going to be such a tough race for him. I mean, the seasons that he's had, the troubles, the injuries, the illnesses, he's done ever so well to come back. He's a fighter.
That's an absolute triumph for Brabants, because that shoulder injury he had in 2011, he just lost form. The selection battle he's had earlier this year with Paul Wycherley, all of that forgotten, to be in the Olympic final. The fight that we saw in the last 20 strokes, amazing. That's what it takes to be a true champion. Brabants has got it. The great news here, Tim Brabants is in the Olympic final.
Thank you very much to you both. Good news then, Tim Brabants in the Olympic final. He continues to defend his title. Whilst that was going on, Andrew Assaji was running in the 800 metres. This is what happened with Mike Costello.
David Rudisha, then the world record holder, leads the field in the second of the first round heats in the men's 800 metres, looking to become a rare specimen in that he's a favourite for the title and goes on to win the 800 metres. It's been known down the years as the event of shocks, in some cases massive shocks. Sebastian Coe and Wilson Kipketer, between them, held the world record for 30 years but never won this title. Rudisha is leading. Andrew Assaji at this stage is in 5th place for Britain, with only the first 3 certain to qualify, but he's shown himself to be a good racer over the Diamond League season, and now he's got to quicken in the 100 metres of the home straight to make sure he gets inside the front 3. Rudisha now hits the front, and Assaji, lifted by the crowd, as so many of the British athletes have been. Vasquez of Puerto Rico and Bala of Qatar are 2nd and 3rd at the moment, and Assaji will just get there on the line in 3rd place as Rudisha wins from Bala of Qatar in 2nd place, and Assaji just in the very last stride takes the 3rd qualifying spot, but he left it late.
He left it late, but then he thanked the crowd by bowing down in front of them all, and he's now with Sonia.
Yeah, and he's very kindly waited to have a wee chat with Radio 5 Live. Look, there are 7 heats in this men's 800 metres, lots of middle distance runners, and then you draw David Rudisha, the overwhelming favourite for this gold medal. I mean, what on earth did you think when you saw that draw?
Rather race him now than any other time. Yeah, it was fine. The heats can always be a mixture. You can get a heat with all fast people, a heat with all kickers. Like, you can never be sure. So, got to come out in the morning, just be ready to race. And luckily today I was. Yeah.
You came off the final bend and you were a little bit further back than you might perhaps have wanted to be. But how confident were you were going to get into the top 3?
I was very, very confident. Yeah, I know my finishing stroke was really good this year. My time's been really good. Everything's gone well up to now. Like, there's nothing I can sort of put a finger on and say that's wrong. So I was very, very confident. I was very relaxed. So job done for today. Come back tomorrow.
Well, you've used the word. You are quite a confident young man for just 24 years of age in your very first Olympic Games. Were there no nerves at all on the start line?
There's always nerves for every race. I probably get more nervous for a regional champs than I would the Olympic Games. But I've prepared for this. This is no different to any other race. I've still got to try and win and try and come top 3. So I'm just happy to be out here in front of this amazing crowd and just run well.
Well done. I appreciate you staying. That was a big cheer, Victoria, for Gareth Warburton, who's going in this next heat of the men's 800 metres.
And there have been huge cheers here for Hungary. They did it. They beat Serbia 26-23. They go through to the quarterfinals in the men's handball team tournament. And when they did it at the end, the Hungarian team in their red and white formed a circle on the aqua blue court, put their arms around each other and just jumped up and down as the crowd went crazy. There are so many Hungarian supporters in here, and it was an absolute delight to watch. Back to Mike.
Thank you, Victoria. We're into heat number 3 in the men's 800 metres, and this features, as Sonia was saying, Gareth Warburton got a wonderful ovation from the crowd, making his Olympic debut. The Welshman at the age of 29, and he's through in 6th place as they head down the home straight for the first time. 2 laps of the track, the 800 metres, and the form athlete of the season is in front at the moment. Abu Bakr Kaki, who likes to run from the front to try to dominate with a fast pace, and will now try to gradually wind up the pace when he hits the entrance to the back straight, and now he puts clear distance between himself and Gonzalez of Cuba in 2nd place. Then the Kenyan Keatum on the outside of Mohammed of Saudi Arabia, vying for 3rd and 4th places, and right behind them now, poised to make his challenge over the final 200 metres or so, is Warburton, who was a late selection for the British team. Originally he wasn't selected, then he appealed, and the appeals panel thought he was worthy of a place here. Now, can he justify their selection eventually as they come into the home straight? And towards the inside now, Kaki kicks again. It's only the very best athletes who can lead with a decisive pace and then kick again off that pace, and it's Kaki leading from Keatum in 2nd place. Warburton will come through in a tired 5th place and won't be qualifying alongside Andrew Osagi for the semi-finals. 1 minute 45.52 seconds, the winning time for Abubakar Kaki of Sudan. Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, that was always going to be tough for Gareth Warburton. He would have had to get close to running at his season's best, his lifetime best. Certainly a sub 145 would have definitely done it, but it was very, very well controlled by Kaki. You know, he is known to make some real errors when it comes down to racing, when there's no pacemakers involved, but he really stayed sensible, stayed in control, and the young Kenyan, only 17 years old, they just keep producing them. And we've got this young Botswana world junior champion as well to contend with. So Andrew Osagi, you know, he looks like the old man of the field in this event. But I think Gareth Warburton will look up there and he'll be very disappointed with a 146.97, not even 24.
Michael Rimmer is the 3rd Brit to go in the 800 metres. That's at 11.22. Let's go back to Andrew Osagi. Alison, Sonia said to him in that interview, 7 heats in this, and he ends up in the one with David Rudisha. Are the heats seeded?
Yeah, no, they are, and that's what I was trying to explain with Jessica Ennis, the fact that she declared the heats are then seeded, basically, you know, just straight down there from quickest to slowest, and then it's you go in heat 1, you go literally work down like that. So what he alluded to there, the problem with the distance runners is you can have a different type of runner in a race. They might not have necessarily posted a quick time on the circuit this year, but they might be an awesome championship racer, a tactician, a real kind of, when he referred to them as kickers. If it's a slow pace, which it tends to be at a championship, you can just kick off that and really, really benefit. And that's why we found that Rudisha's been caught out. He didn't even qualify for the World Championship final a couple of years back when he really should have. He was the world's best. But you find that he just didn't have a racing brain when it came to the championship. He's coming in here, and to be honest, David Rudisha could run at the front, he could run at the back, he could run in the middle. He looks so serene. He's learning how to control races. So, but no, good news for Andrew Osagi there. He will be now aiming at a final place. It's going to be tough, but he could do it.
It's going to be tough, but Darren Campbell, with Andrew Osagi, I mean, you just get the sense that he enjoys every single second that he is out there on that track.
Yeah, he's getting more and more confident every time you see him step foot on the track. Going on the circuit has been a fantastic thing for him because he's raced against the best. He's tested himself, and it's meant that he's able to go back to training and work on the things that maybe went wrong in those bigger races. Consistency is always important for any athlete. If they want to get to that next level, there's no point in pulling out a one-off fast time and not knowing how you did it. That's ridiculous. It means that you're probably not going to be able to ever replicate it. The good thing with him is being very consistent this year, and with the middle distance especially, it doesn't always go down to a fast time in the major championships. It can go down to tactics. So you just have to put yourself in the right frame of mind that if it does go down to tactics and it's around a pace that you can handle, that you're ready to use your strengths. And I think if it's a slower pace, if they don't go and attack it and it's a nice pace for him, he does have a very good kick finish. So, you know, he will only gain more and more confidence, more and more belief. If he keeps progressing through the rounds, you just can't write him out.
Great example of that as well, Mark, because I probably didn't give him credit. In Monaco, he finished back in 8th. He did a personal best. You know, we all came up to
remember watching going, yeah, we were like, that was a bit disappointing, and then we realised it was a personal best.
I think there's an important point there. In those Diamond League races, you see, they're towed around by a pacemaker. For the first 400 metres, you can run with a blindfold. look, I've never done it, so I'm being facetious.
I'd love to see it.
No, the point I'm making is you don't nearly need to concentrate as much as you do here. So the mental fatigue is not anything like it is in a championship like here. We have to concentrate the whole way around. At a Diamond League meeting in the first 400 metres, you're going to be towed around at a very quick pace. So if you stay somewhere in the group, you'll be in a decent position and you'll be pulled through. You don't have that mental torture over the first 400 metres of having to decide where to place yourself. I don't think there's any way of dressing this up. That was a disappointing performance by Andrew Osagi against the calibre. Take away Rhodesia and then just run a separate race. And those were Vasquez and Bala of Qatar are athletes that he should be beating and beating comfortably.
But he's through. He's through.
He's like Di Green. We kind of go, phew.
He's through. Are the Hungarians still rocking the copper box, Victoria?
They've all gone. We're now awaiting Argentina, Tunisia. So the Argentinians are piling in, as are the Tunisians.
Who are you going for in this one then?
Oh well, let me look at the table of Group A. Okay, so Tunisia in 4th place, Argentina in 5th place. I'm going for Argentina.
Okay.
Because obviously the top 4 go through from each group. The Argentinian men's handball team in their pale blue and white striped tops and pale blue shorts, just warming up now, and the Tunisians in their mostly white kit with their red short sleeves, just chucking a ball around to each other, really, just warming up.
That's their warm-up routine.
Yeah, and yes, just wandering around the pale blue court and just getting ready. We're about a minute and a half away from the start of this Group A game. Some really nice tweets from people. Steve says it's a fantastic game. If there is an Olympic legacy, this is what our kids should be playing. Richard says all kids can run, catch and throw. It's a great game for primary schools for children to learn about contact sports. And Hugh says, I was at the Copper Box on Saturday night. I saw Hungary play. A fantastic game, and the Hungarian fans were brilliant. Amy Grace says, yeah, I was cheering along for the Hungarians this morning. Now we have the build-up to Argentina, Tunisia. You can hear that in the background, I'm sure. A bit of Queen as the spectators start to clap. And we have 2 commentators here. Paul Bray is the BBC TV commentator for handball, and we also have Gabor, who is a commentator from Hungarian state television. Paul, this is quite an astonishing spectacle and atmosphere, isn't it?
The atmosphere has been amazing. I mean, this is all we hope for and more. The arena has been packed for every single game from morning to evening. The atmosphere has been superb, and the nice thing about it is that it's not only the aficionados, the fans, as we've seen this morning, of Hungary and Serbia, who know all their handball and follow their team everywhere, but a lot of these spectators are here for the very first time. They're British spectators. They got their handball ticket. That might be the only ticket they got, and they've turned up here not knowing what to expect. And the feedback we're getting is that they've been absolutely blown away by it, and the show here has been fabulous. The handball's been good, and the entertainment's been fine as well. The crowd have loved it.
Let's have a word with Gabor. Just swap mics there. Gabor, hello to you, and congratulations on Hungary's win there. That was a really exciting close game, wasn't it?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for my English because I'm extra terrestrial condition now. It was very, very exciting. You know, that was a really the winner takes it all match. The winner is in the best 8, and the loser go home. So it was very, very exciting. You know, the handball is very popular in Hungary, and we have now here only the man team in the Olympics. It was a disappointing situation that the women didn't qualify to the Olympics. So we wanted very, very, very hardly this win and to be in the best 8 in the Olympics, and this is a big success for us.
Were you surprised how many Hungarian supporters were in this arena?
I'm not surprised. This is absolutely normal things. In Beijing, there were many Hungarians, more than Swedish and Germans, others. The sport is very popular in Hungary. We have got, this is a very small nation, 10 million people, but we have got now 4 gold medals, 1 silver, 3 bronzes. We hope we can win a couple of more golds. So the sport is very, very popular. So this is absolutely normal thing that the stadium, the arena is full of Hungarians, you know.
What do you think of the London Olympics then? What's your assessment so far?
It is a very good feeling to be again in Europe and in Great Britain after the Chinese games. It was very, very fantastic to be in Beijing. But this is this is a very, very good traditional game. A British tradition, European traditions. It was the opening ceremony was was fantastic, and it is very good to feel this tradition, the love of the volunteers, the people here. Very, very good to walking in this Olympic Park. So I enjoy it a lot, because this is not the first Olympic Games for me.
Okay, well that's interesting, because I've been talking to various journalists who covered Atlanta, Sydney, Athens, Beijing, Paul, and they all, I mean, Beijing was a highlight for all sorts of different reasons, but in terms of feel-good, Sydney was up there. They say the London Games is matching that feel-good factor.
I really do get the feel that London and Great Britain have really taken to these Olympic Games. The atmosphere across the whole park, there's a real buzz around there. The volunteers have been fantastic. The crowds are really in good spirits when they're coming in, and you get a real buzz every time there's an announcement about a medal for a British athlete. The whole park erupts almost. You know when there's a medal, because you can hear it across all the actors of park and all the venues. And it really has been, I can quite believe that this is going to rank right up there in terms of Olympics, where the feel-good factor and the buzz has been there.
Just got these figures actually from Lord Coe at LOCOG. They have figures that suggest that almost 90% of the British population say they are, quote, very impressed by what they've seen. 90% of people in the UK are very impressed by what they've seen. 75% say the Games have presented a positive image of the UK. Really good figures, actually, but not surprising, because we can tell by talking to people and the feedback from spectators from all over the world that there is a brilliant feel-good factor.
Well, there has been at the venue here. We were feeling that early on, and you may have commented about that. This is the copper box, and they call it the box that rocks, and they're doing surveys as people are leaving. And here, just at this venue, they've had 99% of the spectators leaving who said that what they saw here today, and most of them saw handball for the first time, it met or exceeded their expectations. So they will
That's
take
because
the
they didn't know what to expect.
Exactly, and they've seen this sport where there's almost a goal a minute.
Yeah.
Fantastic saves by goalkeepers. It's fast, it's frenetic, and it's exciting. And they take to all these sports, even sports where we traditionally are not big players.
Thank you very much, Paul. Nice to talk to you. Thank you very much, Gabor. Good luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on the programme. Tunisia lead Argentina 1-0 so far.
Oh, and that's not what you want, is it?
No, but it's early days. We're only 4 minutes in. It's an hour long, this match.
Yeah, there's about another 40 goals to go in, I would have thought. Right then, thank you very much. Another 800-metre heat is on the way here with Michael Rimmer, but let's go back to Martin at Eton Dorney, where there's another semi-final on the way.
Another semi-final on the way, the second semi-final of the men's C1. That's the Canadian canoe, where the paddlers kneel in the boat, just a little piece of polystyrene. It's an amazingly narrow boat. I just cannot imagine trying to paddle this boat, but Richard Jeffries is going to try and do that in his semi-final, coming down just momentarily, Adam.
Yeah, and he's, you know, this isn't going to be his strongest event. He's really a powerhouse, is this guy. He's 26 years old and he's really strong and fast. And when he started paddling just 4 years ago, this is incredible, the 500-metre races were still in, and then in 2009 they announced the 200s, and he was super excited because that's his strength, his speed and power.
The results of the first race, Bradel from Germany won that semi-final, but it's going to be a tough one for Richard Jeffries.
Back with Martin very shortly. Kevin Howes can update the final day of the second test.
Well, we've been playing now, Mark, good morning to you, by the way, for about 20 minutes on this final day. South Africa have moved on to 58 for no wicket. Rudolph on 33, Smith on 23. The lead of 52 runs. An expected draw. You never know. Headingley, of course, can sometimes produce some real magical spells of cricket, but expected draw. Also pretty dodgy forecast again. Showers are around this area. They may or may not fall on Headingley. Perhaps that is part of the reason why there are very few people in the ground watching this. In terms briefly of the injury updates for South Africa, because that could have a bearing on the game. Callis is back on the ground. He's had back spasms. He's expected to bat at some point today if needed. Alviro Peterson, hamstring problem, again will bat. And of course Graham Smith is batting and he's coping with his knee problem. There could be issues further on in the series. But South Africa 58 for no wicket. They're in front by 52 runs.
5 Live Sports Extra to listen to that. Alison Kirby, so we've got Michael Rimmer going next in the 800 metres. What are his chances?
Well, he's certainly not been having the best of seasons. He's just like Greg Rutherford. He's been very, very fragile, very tough time with injury, and he is a European silver medalist, and unfortunately the Europeans are really struggling to get through these rounds. He's going to have it tough. McLoofy is lining up here, which is an interesting one because he qualified in the 1500 metres last night, so a quick turnaround for him.
OK, they're underway. We'll bring you commentary of this very shortly, but let's go back to Martin Cross for the next semi-final at the canoeing.
Semi-final of the men's C1, 1,000 metres of action to come. Britain's Richard Jeffries, he goes in the first lane. Next to him, the Mexican Cristobal, the Russian Shokolatov, the Frenchman Gubel won his opening heat. Next to him, the Romanian Shirilla, Mark Aldershaw, the great Canadian, the Belarusian Zhukovsky, and then from Senegal, Gouet. And at the moment, Richard Jeffries in last place, Anna.
Yeah, it's not a great start for him. He's got a tough heat here with the likes of Mathieu Gubel, he's silver medalist from the European Championships this year. You've got Mark Aldershaw. You know, it's a really loaded heat, but as we've said, it's not his strongest event. He's more a 200-metre man.
So at the moment, it's the Canadian Mark Aldershaw who leads. He's just a few inches up on Mathieu Gubel, the Frenchman, and Richard Aldershaw, coming through the first 250, is trailing back in last place. It's almost like he's decided he just wants the experience and he's just going to paddle. He's kind of going through the 250-metre mark, level with the paddler from Senegal. But we have to say that Britain doesn't really have a tradition in this Canadian style of canoeing, Anna.
Actually, they've got his coach is Steve Train, who's the only guys in Britain who've really had great success in British in C1 paddling and C2. He raced at a number of Olympic Games, won medals at World Championship levels. He's got a great coach behind him. And you know, this is Olympic. This is his first Olympic Games. He's not an experienced paddler. He's only been to a couple of World Championships even. So for him just to be out there, you know, soaking up the atmosphere, really learning from this experience, learning from the others, and enjoying the roar of the crowd as they come down that final 250 metres.
So 500 metres to go. It's the Frenchman who takes the lead up from the Canadian. Gubel goes through the 500 in first place. Second, it's the Russian Shokolatov. The Canadian Mark Aldershaw, he's in third place. 4 go through from this final. I think it's the Mexican on the far side who's in fourth place at the moment. We've seen these finishes very, very close. Britain's Richard Jeffries paddles in the Nottingham Canoe Club. He's coming back in 7th or 8th place. He's not going to qualify for the final of this event, but he does have a chance in his stronger event, the 200-metre event, which goes on Friday. At the moment, the Frenchman leads. Then it's the Russian. In third place, it's the Canadian, and I think making a challenge, the Belarusian Zhukovsky, 5th in the Beijing Olympics, and his green boat is now distinctively making a challenge for the vital 4th place. 4 go through. The paddlers come up to the 250-metre mark to go. And yes, the Frenchman is going clear. Half a length on the Canadian, Aldershaw. In third place, it's the Russian, and I think the Belarusian, I think Zhukovsky is just coming through into 4th place. We look down the course and well, Richard Jeffries really is a long way back. He's in 8th place and he looks like he's on a leisurely paddle. I don't quite understand why he's perhaps not racing it a little harder, Anna.
Yeah, I mean, his 200-metre heat isn't until Friday, so it's not, you know, he's not going to waste too much energy and spoil that if he goes out hard today. It's Monday's got a few days to recover. But the final stages of this race is coming to a head. We've got 100 metres to go, and Mathieu Gubel from France is looking very strong. He's a good catch at the front of his stroke. We can't see any splash on the front of the blade. He's really digging deep, and he really wants to win this and lay down that marker.
So it's going to be the final few strokes, and Gubel paddling on the right side of his boat. He's going to win from the Canadian Mark Aldershaw, and the Russian is going to take third place. And I think, yes, the Belarusian has come through. Alexander Zhukovsky, he's come through to take 4th place, I think. And now we have a fairly leisurely sort of cadence of paddling from the 2 left out on the course. The Senegal paddler, Gouet, he's going to take 7th place, and he's coming through close to us in lane 8. And on the far side of the course, he's getting a great cheer, actually, from the grandstands, Richard Jeffries. And this will be, I think, a great experience for him. He's really not blasting for the finish at all by any means, is he?
No, he's not, but I think he's enjoying the roar of the crowd. He's on the far side of this course, so he's closest to the grandstand, and they're really roaring him along, and I think he's just enjoying the moment because he has come such a long way just to make it into this Olympic team.
So Britain's Richard Jefferies crosses the line now, 8th place confirmed for him. That means he goes to his next competition, which is the 200-metre event. Hopefully he'll be a different proposition there, but just to confirm, that race won by Mathieu Gobel, the Frenchman. Richard Jefferies in 8th place, and we await the semi-final of the women's K4 coming up soon, where the British crew has a great chance of making the final.
Thank you to you both. Whilst that was going on back here in the stadium, Michael Rimmer was running in his heat in the men's 800 metres. This is how he got on.
Second and final lap of heat number 5 in the men's 800 metres, and Michael Rimmer here is taking no chances. He's gone off in the lead, and he's stretching that lead as they head down the far side for the second and final time. Maradi of Iraq is challenging him in second place, and now bursting through for Egypt is Hamada Mohammed, who joins Rimmer now, and Rimmer may have to pay for that early pace that he set. Lopez of Spain is right in behind him now as they come around towards the home straight, and it's Rimmer in second place now, battling for the lead, and it's going to be very difficult for Rimmer here to hold on because he set such a scorching early pace. Lopez of Spain and Maradi of Iraq on the outside, and Rimmer here is fading to finish only 5th as the Egyptian Mohammed timed it perfectly to win in 1:48.05. It's a very, very slow time, the slowest time of any of the heats, and Michael Rimmer trails in disconsolate, and again he got it so very, very wrong tactically.
Alison Kirbishley, your thoughts?
Real disappointment, because that was probably one of the softer, if you can call them soft, heats here at the Olympic Games. That was certainly one of the softer ones, and actually he did dominate it from the front. The problem that you've got is he's just not in the Michael Rimmer shape that we saw 2 years ago when he took a medal in the European Championships. It actually was only 55 seconds, and he should have had the ability to be able to kick off that and just run a very steady, easy pace. It was only run in 1:48, and the sort of athletes that are going through, the quality of that field, Michael Rimmer will know that that's an opportunity lost, and it can only be that he's just not in shape.
And it goes back to the point that I was making earlier. In the distance races, you've always got an opportunity, and you've got to get yourself in the right frame of mind that when that opportunity arises, you take it. And it is disappointing. I know there'll be nobody more disappointed than him, so it's unfortunate. He's going to have to go back, rebuild and wait another 4 years, but that's the Olympic Games.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's got another 4 years, unfortunately, because we've got some real talent coming through, and Andrew Asagi's just on the climb up, and he will now be looking and believing that there is a chance to sneak into that final, because we've lost Borjakowski. All right, he's not in the shape that he was in when he won this title in 2004, but we also lost the European silver medalist Bube from Denmark. He ran a terrible, tactically messy race. He tried to lead and again couldn't control it. He's a 1:44 runner, so actually, it could be actually the African Junior Championships here, because we have 17, 18, 19-year-olds from Kenya, Botswana, Ethiopia, we're just about to see one now, that are dominating this event.
But it's interesting though, isn't it, Alison, because you kind of, for people who maybe don't go and watch athletics on a week in, week out basis, dip in and out of the major championships, the tactic side of something like an 800-metre race is probably lost on a lot of us, really. I've spoken to Andrew Asagi about this myself, the different tactics that will have to be in his head, and the appreciation of his fellow competitors going into a race.
That's why I love the middle distances, because it isn't just all about ability, talent and putting yourself on the line and delivering what you know you can deliver. You have to think, you have to get the right position. Obviously, if you just look at the results and you go, why on earth did Michael Rimmer qualify? Why is he running 1:49 when it was only one in 1:48? Yes, on ability he's ran 1:44 this year, but once you're out there, it's a different type of running, like Mike managed to articulate it perfectly. If you're not in the right position and you're having to try and catch up, you're having to put a spurt on, you're using, we talked about Mo Farah winding up that last lap, not giving too much too soon, because lactic builds up. This event is one of the toughest out there, and if you don't get it right in these early rounds, you're gonzoed.
Alison, is that a technical term?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Alison Kirbishley, Darren Campbell and Kath Merry, our athletics experts in the stadium this morning. Kath, what are we doing? Shot put or discus? Which do you want to go do first?
Let's just wrap up the women's discus, because they had their qualifying this morning, and as predicted, it was the top two in the world. Nadezhda Ostapchuk from Belarus, the world leader, that popped out at 20 metres and 76, which is pretty good going in qualifying, I must tell you. And also through is Valerie Adams, the defending Olympic champion and the reigning world champion. Those two and the other 10 athletes will come back tonight, because their final is at 7:15. And literally just in front of us, the B qualifying in the men's discus is just about to get going, and we have high hopes not just for Abdul Bohari, but in particular for the UK record holder Lawrence Okoye. 65 metres is the automatic qualifying distance that these athletes have to throw, and only 2 athletes in the pool earlier got that automatic qualifying, so there's everything to play for. And he's actually having a warm-up throw now in the big discus cage, and the crowd are going mad. I don't even think they've realised that he's just warming up at the moment, is our Lawrence. It's starting in just a few minutes' time.
How long's he? Just shy of 60 metres, that warm-up?
Well, if you can
put it down, they were like,
yeah, if he can put a few more metres on that in about 10 minutes' time, then he'll have done his job. And that's the key. He's a big medal prospect here, Mark, in this men's discus, and we haven't been able to say that in British athletics in men's discus terms for a long time, so big hopes on the big man.
If you're sat at work this morning listening to us on your computer and you aren't one of the 540,629 people that follow Jessica Ennis, then I suggest you do that right now, because she's just tweeted a fantastic photo from the athletes holding camp on the opening ceremony night. Have you seen this, Alison? Of her with Lawrence Okoye and Carl Myerscough, and she looks. Here you go, Darren. Can you see that? She looks like a toddler. She looks like a 3-year-old with like 2 massive beefcakes.
Yeah, she is. She's like a little kid who's just saying, "Check me out, I'm at the Olympics." Look at me, mates. Well, no, they look like bouncers.
Hey,
I tell you what,
I was just about to say, she needs them bodyguards now. Whoa.
I will retweet that, but you're probably better off following Jessica Ennis, because she's far more interesting and has achieved a lot more than I have. But I will retweet it as well. 11:34. This is 5 Live News Time.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the headlines, I'm Richard Foster. The Jordanian government has confirmed that Syria's Prime Minister Riyad Hijab has fled to Jordan with his family. It's the most high-profile defection since the uprising began. It's being reported that a number of other senior members of the Assad regime have also defected. Louise Mensch has announced that she's quitting as the Conservative MP for Corby. She says it's because she can't give her family, who live in New York, the help and support they need. There'll be a by-election in Corby in November. It's emerged the Dutch world judo champion hit a man after he threw a bottle onto the track at the start of the men's 100-metre final last night. Edith Bosch says it was an automatic response out of disappointment and disbelief. The man's still in custody on suspicion of causing a public nuisance. NASA's landed a 1-ton rover on the surface of Mars. The Curiosity has travelled more than 350 million miles after leaving Earth 9 months ago. And a government back-to-work scheme has been ruled to be lawful. It's after an unemployed graduate who was forced to work at Poundland without any pay brought the case to court, saying her human rights were being breached. Sport Now, here's George.
Thank you. Philippe Sadou has arrived in the Athletes' Village here in Olympic Park ahead of his triple jump qualification tomorrow. The BOA spokeswoman, Claire Furlong, says she doesn't know if he's rooming with anyone, but adds he's set to compete. All's good. On the track today, Tiffany Porter, third in her heat of the 100-metre hurdles, so she too makes the semi-finals. The 37-year-old Bridget Foster-Hilton, the fastest woman in the world this year, not through though. Her heat was awful, and it was followed by a tantrum on the side of the track. She did not take it very well at all. Great Britain's Andrew Assaji into the semis of the 800 metres. Gareth Warburton, though, and Michael Rimmer both missing out. Rimmer was fifth. Brett Morse failed to qualify for the discus. Over at Eton Dorney, Britain's defending Olympic champion Tim Brabant just sneaked into the K1 kayak final after finishing fourth in his semi-final. Richard Jeffries, though, hasn't made it through his semi-final in the canoe single heat. The women's kayak 4, Team GB qualified for the semi-final. And just to remind you, 12:30 over on 5 Live Olympics Extra, we'll review the Olympic swimming meet with Steve Parry and Karen Pickering. Away from London 2012, the cricket continues with South Africa having resumed today their second innings, 39 without loss on the final day of the second test at Headingley against England. That lead was 33, the latest from Kevin Howells.
Lead now is 63, George. South Africa 69 for no wicket. Rudolph on 42. Smith on 25. England, of course, desperate to try and force something if they can, but they really desperately need wickets to do so, and it's yet to reap any rewards. They're finding a couple of edges, also beating the bat on a couple of occasions, but as yet no breakthrough. South Africa 70 for no wicket, in front by 64.
Kevin, thank you. There's ball-by-ball coverage, of course, on 5 Live Sports Extra. And the Manchester United midfielder, Darren Fletcher, it's been announced, will meet up and train with the Scotland squad this week.
Thanks, George. Taking a look at the motorway, starting with the M48 in both directions between the M4 junction 23 and the M48 junction 2 at Chepstow. Because of an incident, that road is currently closed. No massive delays on the approach, but just be aware of it. Clockwise on the M25 between 10 at the Wisley interchange and 11 at Chertsey. Very slow traffic on that stretch, although the accident has been moved to the hard shoulder. And London Olympic travel, the biggest delays at the moment in King's Cross, the A501 Euston Road at Midland Road. Those traffic lights aren't working, there's no right turn, and it's causing queues back to Euston Square Station. Michelle Dignan, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live Olympic Breakfast
with Nicky Campbell and Rachel Burden.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Olympics. How was Saturday night for you?
Fantastic.
How was it for you?
It was brilliant.
Has there ever been a night like that?
No, I was just enthralled. It was excellent.
They loved it, Rachel.
My moment of emotion yesterday, Nicky, came when Andy Murray climbed up into the players' box and his mum, Judy, was just, the tears streaming down, and my tears were going.
She is so proud.
Wake up to the games.
On 5 Live. Back tomorrow from 6.
After Usain Bolt last night, nobody wanted to leave that Olympic Stadium. It was like a giant street party outside with the glorious arenas all lit up, the stadium beautifully lit, everybody doing their Usain Bolt pose, having the pictures taken in front of the stadium. People just did not want to go home last night. We just heard in the news that a man has been arrested after a bottle was thrown onto the track seconds before the start of that 100 metres final. Darren, did you see this?
I actually did see it at the time, because being sat next to Mike, I know Mike is fully focused on being ready to speak as soon as that gun goes.
Yes.
But my focus is solely on the reaction, so I can try and talk everybody through the race. And I saw something behind the numbers, but I just thought it was one of the water bottles that may have fallen. And I seen it again in the replay and saw it bouncing. I was going to say, but you kind of don't want to take anything away from the moment, and
yes.
I wasn't sure if somebody had thrown it or what exactly had happened, but I did hear very early on, late last night, that somebody had actually thrown a bottle. But that just shows how focused all those 100-metre sprinters were. Their sole focus was on the gun, and that's why we got such a exceptional race.
Yeah. Although Justin Gatlin did say afterwards it was a little distraction.
He's lying.
It wasn't a little distraction.
He's lying.
It's an excuse.
Yeah, it's an excuse. I'll tell you why. Because he got one of the best reactions. So what did he do? React to the bottle and then react to the gun? Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Good luck.
And after that, the Dutch judo champion Edith Bosch
bossed him.
She did. She tweeted about hitting a man who she saw throwing a bottle on the track. And Lord Coe has just been asked about this. And I've lost the quote now. He talked about it being poetic justice.
Yeah, fabulous. Yeah. Fabulous. We shouldn't even give him any inches in the columns or on the radio, because it's so disrespectful. What has been such a fantastic Olympic Games, and we have to spend a little bit of time talking about an idiot who thought it would be funny to disrupt the 100-metre final.
I know,
crazy.
It's mad.
He's lucky he got out alive.
I found that quote. It was poetic justice. He was sitting next to a judo player. I'm not advocating vigilantism, by the way. Argentina and Tunisia it's 8-8. Yes, they are drawn at the moment, but there's a long way to go in this handball match One of these will go through to the quarterfinals. Kath, you watching the discus?
I am, yes. We are up and running in the B qualification, and Abdul Buhari of Team GB has just done his first throw, second in the throwing order here. And well, at the moment he's 11 metres down on his season's best. He had an absolute shocker. He had no speed across the circle. The flight of the discus was just very low, and the actual officials had to run forward about 10 metres to measure it. So he hasn't started very well. He's got 2 more attempts though, and he really doesn't want to follow Brett Morse, who didn't qualify in the A pool. But coming up in about 6 or 7 throws time, Victoria, will be Lawrence Okoye.
Thank you very much. OK, let's talk about Louise Minch. She's the Conservative MP who's been described as one of the Conservative Party's rising stars. She has resigned. She says she has found it too difficult to juggle home and work life. She's now moving to New York with her 3 children. That's because her husband, Metallica's manager Peter Mensch, is based there. Mrs Mensch only came to Parliament in 2010. Since then, she has risen to prominence. This morning, the Prime Minister paid a warm tribute to her, calling her an inspiring MP. Her resignation means there'll be a by-election in her Corby constituency in the autumn. Corby is a marginal seat, which Labour will be very keen to win back. It might be like Hungary against Serbia when it comes to Labour v the Tories in that seat. Councillor David Sims is the leader of the Conservatives on Corby Borough Council and knows Louise Mensch very well. Councillor Sims, good morning to you.
Good morning.
How shocked were you?
To be honest with you, we knew it was on the horizon for the last couple of weeks, so it's not been a complete shock to us. However, we are very disappointed about the situation.
So had she spoken to you a couple of weeks ago, or was it just rumours that are filtering through to you?
No, we have been speaking, yes, on numerous occasions.
OK. And are you able to give us an idea of those kind of conversations?
Not really, just the fact of what was going on. She's, as you've already quoted, she's resigned for family reasons, and I respect that decision. It is very difficult, to have children and be an MP at the same time. An MP is a very, very demanding job, as I'm sure you can imagine.
But presumably it's more to do with the fact that her husband lives in the USA, because many MPs have children and juggle it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, obviously that's had a bearing on the factors of why she's resigned.
Sorry, could you repeat that last bit? I didn't quite hear what you said, Councillor Sims.
Sorry. Yeah, so obviously had a bearing on her decision to resign, and with her husband being in America, she obviously wants to relocate to that area. However, she's been married for quite some time, and she still managed to juggle both parts of her life.
Right. It was not too long ago when Mrs Mensch was talking about really wanting some kind of ministerial job, was it?
Yeah, she did speak about that, and she has been tipped for a ministerial position for quite some time now.
Right. What will she do next, do you think?
Well, she's also an author, as I'm sure you're well aware, and many people in the public are aware she's an author, so I'd imagine she would continue in that field, and also possibly go into media herself in America, or even indeed this country.
Right, but that wouldn't get round the fact that her husband lives in America if she carried on working in this country.
Yeah, but see, the fact is that when you're an MP, you have to. It's not just about being in London. Some people have the misconception that MPs just work in London and have a lot of time off. You have to work hard in your constituency as well. So not only are you working in London during the week when Parliament is sitting, you're also working hard at weekends in your constituency, helping the people in your area you represent. So therefore, that doesn't leave a lot of private time or downtime to yourself.
A by-election in the autumn then, the Conservatives won this seat by 1,951 votes last time around. How difficult is it going to be for you to hang on to it, do you think, Councillor Sims?
Well, I'm under no illusion it's going to be extremely difficult. Under the present government, obviously they've had to make some tough decisions, which obviously are not that popular. And with it being a strong Labour area, shall we say, it's going to be difficult for us. However, we will fight this election the way we fought the last one.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Councillor David Sims, who is the leader of the Conservatives on Corby Borough Council. The Conservative MP Louise Mensch resigning her seat this morning.
11:46, this is 5 Live. On the way, Hannah England will go in the women's 1500 metres heats. We will take commentary of that very shortly. In the past few moments, though, Thomond Park stadium officials have confirmed that they and the Irish police are investigating claims by the Manchester City defender Gail Clichy that a banana was thrown onto the pitch during yesterday's friendly against Limerick. Elsewhere away from the Olympics, it's the final day of the second test at Headingley, and once again the weather is playing its part. Kevin Howells.
You just got a funny feeling it's going to be a real day to forget. A day we'll never get back, of course, but there we go. The rain is here, and we're expecting showers throughout the day. South Africa have moved on to 76 for no wicket in what play we have seen this morning, around 40 minutes worth. They're in front by 70 runs, but the covers are on.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Now to more GB Olympians in action. Martin Cross of the canoe sprint.
Well, there's 8 boats in the semi-final of the women's K4 Chappers. 5 places up for grabs in the final, and the British quartet of Jess Walker, Rachel Cawthorne, Angela Hanna and Louisa Sawyers. They came second in their heat. Slower time than the other heat, but we thought there was a win difference across the two. They have to finish in the top 5, but they've got a great chance of becoming the second British crew to make the canoe sprint finals today.
Okay, back with Martin there very shortly, but the women are just about, Alison Kirbishley, on the start line for the women's 1500 metres heat. Hannah England going in this one.
Yeah, and she's had a bit of a tough season, Hannah, obviously off the back of a world silver medal last year. A superb winter by all accounts, and then in her first race in Hengelo this year, where there was 18 women in that race, way too many. She got spiked down her Achilles, went quite deep, and unfortunately it meant that it was a few days in hospital for her, and she's been having to keep her feet up and weight off the Achilles while it healed. So she's certainly lacking in racing. She looked superb in that race, to be fair, for a woman that got spiked with 400 metres to go. She looked superb. So the fitness is there, it's just whether the race fitness is there, and this is one hell of a tough heat for her this morning. She's got the likes of Mariam Jamal, former world champion. She's got the likes of Shannon Robury, very impressive American, Tomashova, who's come back from a drugs ban, 2 years, silver behind Kelly Holmes back in Athens. Helen Obiri, the Kenyan athlete, sub 4 minutes this year, so she's really going to find it tough, but it is first 6 and 6 fastest losers to the semi-final.
And speaking of Dame Kelly Holmes, we are hopeful that she will join us before 12:30 on 5 Live to discuss all things Olympics, and then hopefully after 1 o'clock Christina Huragu will join us to talk about the silver she got in last night's 400 metres. The athletes just being introduced to the crowd at the moment. I suppose that the race fitness we'll only be able to see once we're underway, Alice.
With Hannah,
yeah.
I mean, the only thing is, a lot can be done in a couple of weeks, and the first time we saw her, she came out at Crystal Palace, and she really did. She's got a blistering last 400 metres and even final 200 metres. That's what Hannah's known for. That's what got her on the podium at the World Champs. That was what was missing at Crystal Palace. Now, you can get that in 2-3 weeks of work, and she actually didn't go to Portugal. She didn't go to Font-Romeu. She stayed in Loughborough with her coach Bud Boldaro to do this final build-up.
Catherine Merry is Lawrence Okoye about to go in the discus.
Very quickly indeed, before I pass you to Mike Costello as the crowd cheer, Lawrence Okoye will be entering the circle next in the men's discus. I'll keep you up to speed, you'll probably hear the cheers, but let's go to Mike, because this is a fascinating first heat in the women's 1500 metres.
And Hannah England is drawn 4 from the inside. There'll be a bit of a cavalry charge towards the first of the Ben's 100 metres to cover before they get there, and Hannah England is making sure that she doesn't meet any traffic jams before she gets there. She's being joined in the lead by Helen Obiri of Kenya, the winner of the Kenyan Olympic trials a few weeks ago, and England gets safely through that first turn. At this stage they're very tightly grouped, 16 of them, and no more than 7 or 8 metres between first and last. So what sort of shape is Hannah England in? As Alison Kirbishley was saying, a lot can be done, a lot of ground can be made up in the fitness stakes in a couple of weeks. Catherine Merry, Lawrence Okoye's had his first attempt in the discus. OK, we'll get that in a moment from Catherine Merry. Hannah England still leading the 1,500 metres as they come down the home straight, and the pace has slowed very slightly. That first attempt by Lawrence Okoye was a foul throw, so he'll have 2 more attempts to try to get through to the final. If he can throw 65 metres, he will definitely get through to the final later in the week. And now the lead has been taken on with Hannah England in second place by Tatiana Tomasheva of Russia, who finished second behind Kelly Holmes in that memorable Olympic final in Athens in 2004, but has since become a drugs cheat, banned from the sport for 2 years, missed the Beijing Olympic Games. And this is an event, the women's 1,500 metres, which has been severely targeted by the governing bodies and the anti-doping authorities, because it is an event that, quite frankly, in the last half a dozen years has been nothing short of filthy in terms of the number of drug offenders involved, including the Moroccan who's at the top of the world rankings so far this year, Meriam Selsouli, who was thrown out of the Olympic Games only last week. She was the fastest in the world this year. In her absence now, the fastest in the world is Aragawi of Ethiopia, an amazingly talented youngster, and she has moved through the field to take second place here. Tomasheva leads then from Aragawi in second place, Obiri in third, Mariam Jamal is in 4, and over on the inside in 5 is Hannah England, perfectly poised if Alison Kirbishley, she's fit enough.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. We can't even imagine what goes through Hannah England's mind when it's a very, very slow race, because she's got to be thinking back to that messy race in Hengelo when she was spiked. But she's done the right thing. She got out in front. She decided she wanted to just slow it down but make sure that she was in a good position. Tomasheva leading. It is a very, very slow pace, and it's building into Hannah England's sort of territory. As you said, Aragawi has really impressed. This battle that she's having all season with Dibaba, her fellow Ethiopian, and of course Obiri from Kenya. They've posted some amazing times. There's some amazing caliber athletes in here. Hannah England just has to hold her head. Remember, it's only top 6 qualifying.
And she's still on the inside, and so she's going to have to wait for a gap to appear, but she's running very confidently. Remember, in the World Championship final last year, she came from 7th to 2nd place to take the silver in the length of the home straight. And so Tomasheva now, the Russian, is being taken on by Obiri of Kenya, and now they're starting to trip over each other as Aragawi, the young Ethiopian, just reaches out in front and gives Obiri a nudge to try to find and negotiate some racing room for herself, as Tomasheva once again hits the front, with Hannah England now in 4th place, dropping to 5th as the American Shannon Robury tries to challenge, but her challenge peters out almost as soon as it starts, and England is still very well placed here, although she is still on the inside in 4th place and still looking for some room. She's being towed through now by Aragawi, the fastest in the world this year from Ethiopia. Tomasheva in 2nd place, Obiri in 3rd, and once again the crowd are getting right behind Hannah England. She's in 4th place with the first 6 certain to qualify into the home straight, and this is where it will really start to hurt for Hannah England. She's been running so confidently so far, and again, and this is terrific running, and this will give confidence to everyone in the British team to see Hannah England in this kind of shape, as Aragawi wins and England comes through into 5th place to get one of the qualifying spots, and that is all she needed to do, Alison Kirbishley.
Great job from Hannah England there. She really did keep her head, Mike, because when they hit the bell, the girls were starting to sort of spread eagle 5 across the track. She was right on the inside curve. She had no where to go, but she didn't panic. She knew that race would just spread out. She held her own, she held her nerve. Very impressive running. It certainly was a different Hannah England here today from the one we saw in Crystal Palace. But Aragawi out the front there, the Ethiopian, 4:4:55, making that look very easy from the front.
Still to come then, Lisa Dobrisky in the second of the heats, and Laura Waitman, the talented youngster, in the last of them.
Thank you, Mike. For the moment, at the men's handball, it is Argentina 12, Tunisia 12. Only one of these teams will go through to the quarterfinals. If I look at the table in Group A, it's Iceland, France, Sweden, then Tunisia, then Argentina. The top 4 from each group go through. So if Argentina can beat Tunisia, they will be going through to the quarterfinals. As I look below me now, it's just come to the end of half-time. So it is perfectly poised, I think my colleagues who are commentators would actually say. That would be the phrase. The blue and white stripes of the Argentinian team wandering off now for for a few minutes, and the Tunisia team just chatting as they wander off. Very quick word with two gents, one from London, one from Sussex, who've never been to handball before. Hi Tom, what do you make of it?
It's amazing, yeah, really enjoying it. We were going for Hungary in the first game, so we're pretty happy.
So was I, yes.
So we're pretty happy they got through the magnificent Magyars. And we haven't seen a huge amount of this game, but it's pretty exciting as well. Argentina came back from being a bit down, so yeah, we're really enjoying it.
Who would you like to win out of these two? Who do you want to go through?
As an Englishman, I probably shouldn't say this, but Argentina.
Right, okay, well I said Argentina as well, and there were loads of jokes on Twitter then about, well, Argentina should be able to put the ball into the net with their hand. What about you,
I'm going for Tunisia. Okay. I mean, after the whole thing that's happened to them this year, it must have been very hard for them to train. I'm just amazed how fast-paced and physical the game is. I mean, it's something I've never seen before, but it's something I'd like to quite see again. I'm hoping that it actually makes a bit of a hold in England and they actually start playing some club games or something like that, because it'd be quite nice to see A, our team develop, but B, see more games like this, because it's actually really
definitely. And when you say physical, I mean, it really is aggressive. They can grab their opponent, they can drag them down, they kind of, I mean, in football, that would immediately, well, it would either be a yellow card or potentially a sending off. Here, unless it disadvantages the game, the two referees do not have to stop play. If the team carrying on and it's to their advantage, they won't blow the whistle.
Yes, I agree. I think it's more akin to rugby at the end of the day. You've seen guys slammed into the ground and they're not making a fuss, they're just getting straight back up. And
when that goalkeeper gets the ball in their face, that's going to hurt.
In the first game he was knocked out, but he took 2 minutes out and then he was straight back on the pitch again.
Enjoy the rest of the morning. Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you, Anthony. Thanks for coming on 5 Live. Right, let's hear from Martin Cross. Semi-final.
8 boats in the semi-final of the women's K4. Just 500 metres, 1 minute and a half of action. And Britain's K4 in with a great chance of making the final of the Olympic event. It's been a clean start, Anna.
It's been a great start for the British girls. The Belarusians actually got an flyer, and it's the Polish girls who are going head-to-head with the Belarusians at this stage. They really need to pick up that rate and get up to top speed as quickly as possible.
So it's Poland in the lead coming up to the 250-metre mark. In second place, it's Belarusia. Belarusians may just be coming through. In third place, it's Britain. Remember, they need to be in the top 5. Back behind them, just a few feet behind, it's the Russians. It's very close coming through 250. I think Poland go through in front, level with Belarusia. It's Russia in third place. Britain now in fourth place behind the Russians, Anna.
Yeah, they're sitting in fourth. They're looking strong, though. They know that they've got a good finish. Miklos Simon, their coach, always works on that final 200 metres of the race, and I look to see them push hard down those finishing straight.
So there's just 200 metres to go in the semi-final of the women's K4. It's the Polish who've led from the start. They're going head-to-head with the Belarusians, the bronze medalists. Britain were the fourth place crew, just behind the bronze medalists in the European Championships, in last year's World Championships. At the moment, the British crew are fighting back. They're coming back, Anna.
They're coming back, and this is where they really need to hold it together in these final stages. Keep the timing good, because it's starting to hurt in the last 10 metres.
So it's Poland through Belarusia. I think Russia in third place. Britain takes fourth. We'll wait to see if that's confirmed, but I'm sure that's a fourth place for Britain in the semi-final of the K4. It's good enough to get them into the final on Wednesday.
Is that a decent result for them, Anna? I mean, to qualify for the final, is that what was expected?
Yes, they were expected to get into the final. They've been fourth at the World Championships the last 2 seasons, fourth at the European Championships, so they were definitely expected to make it into the final. I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed that they, were only fourth. Top 5 go through, so they've done enough. They're in the final, but by the same token, the Polish girls just absolutely were flying, on fire. They've just taken the world best time, taken 0.2 of a second off the fastest time in the world. So they were up against some really quick crews in that semi-final.
Thank you very much, Anna. Just to give you an indication of the planning that goes into British sport nowadays, the Great Britain Canoeing Federation identified that in the women's kayak 4 that silver and gold would probably be taken taken by stronger nations, but the bronze in this race was always up for grabs. It's known as a gap analysis. So there's a gap in the market, the bronze is available, and that's kind of what they've been targeting. That is the detail that is going into a lot of British sports nowadays. Kath Merry on the discus, update us.
Yeah, big roar from the crowd as Lisa Dobrysky is introduced in this second heat coming up in the women's 1500 metres. But Lawrence Okoye, to give you an update, the discus slipped out of his fingers on his first attempt here in discus qualifying. He walked out the circle looking at his hand, so he's got 2 more attempts to try and hit that automatic qualifying mark of 65 metres.
OK, thank you very much. So as Cass said, Lisa Dobrysky has been introduced to the crowd, and we are ready to go with the next heat of the women's 1500 metres. Well, be a good result here for Lisa, Alison.
Just to qualify, she could come 6th in my book, but top 6. Do as little as you really need to do, you know, just enjoy the ride. All 3 girls from Britain run very, very similar. They've got a wicked turn of pace, and by all accounts, Lisa Dobrysky is in great shape. We saw it in Paris where she ran 4.2. She's had a torrid time of injury, but she's on the line and she's in shape.
And they're underway, 3 3/4 laps of the track ahead of them. Once again, 6 qualifying places at stake for the semi-finals on Wednesday. Hannah England already through for Great Britain, and coming up in the last of the semi-finals in a few minutes' time will be Laura Waitman, who won the 1500 metres. Won the 1500 metres at the Olympic trials. As they come around for the first time towards the home straight, Dobrysky finds herself somewhere in the middle of the field. Hilali of Morocco is right towards the front, and so too Martinova of Russia now coming around towards the outside, who finished 2nd in her recent national championships. Lisa Dobrysky now has been relegated towards the back of the field, and towards the inside Fernandez of Spain is also making a prominent move. But once again, as in the first heat, it's a very gentle pace, so it's about placing yourself in the right place at the right time, making sure that you can respond to any challenges, any potential breakaways, even in this early stages of the race. It's been a remarkable season in so many senses, Alison Kirbishley, for Lisa Dobrysky. As you said, in Paris, 4 minutes and 2 seconds. I mean, that was a season's best by no fewer than 10 seconds, but even that was remarkable given what had gone before.
And she's really had a horrid time of it, and even only the beginning of the season, end of May, early June, she had a real problem with a pulmonary problem in her lungs, and it was actually only picked up by a physiotherapist, and by chance she was rushed straight into hospital and given a blood transfusion. So, you know, this girl really has had a tough time, and I saw a little inkling of the old Lisa Dobrysky, the Lisa Dobrysky that got a medal at the World Championships when we saw her in Paris. And like I said, by all accounts and reports coming back from the holding camp in Portugal, she is in absolute top shape. She's hugging the curve like she likes to do. She doesn't like to run any further than she needs to, and she's just biding her time, pretty much the same sort of position as Hannah England, coming up with 2 laps to go, Mark.
Saholi Nirina of Madagascar took the lead for just a few moments, but she's got much the slowest time in the field this year, and already she's being swallowed up now and being pushed back through the field. She's in about 4th or 5th place, and Lisa Dobrysky is running a race that's almost a carbon copy of Hannah England. She's tucked in on the inside, but this group are getting ever more tightly grouped. There's only 3 or 4 metres between first and last, 15 of them as they head out onto the far side, and they've completed 2 laps with Dobrysky in the mid-division here. Her dad was part of the team who decontaminated this area of wasteland before the stadium was built, and when he was doing that, he found a penny which he's given to Lisa Dobrysky, and she carries it around everywhere with her now as a lucky charm. She's in 4th place. Fernandez is leading. Çakır of Turkey is well in contention also, so too Hilali, who's been there pretty much from the start. Jenny Simpson, who's the reigning world champion, is towards the back of the field at the moment. She's the one who timed it better than anybody in a very messy race in the World Championships last year, and edged out everybody, including Britain's Hannah England, who came through from 7th to 2nd in the home straight. Eunice Sum of Kenya has come through from pretty much near the back of the field to take up the running with just over 400 metres to go. Kayla McKnight of Australia is right on her shoulder now. Alison Kirbishley.
Well, this is turning into a 400 metres race, isn't it, Mike? And what Lisa has not got to do is do anything too soon. She's not got to panic, because this race really will open up, and as they head into the back straight, that's exactly what's starting to happen. She's currently in 5th place, absolutely no problem at all. She's making the right sort of moves. She's not panicking. She's looking good.
Terrific piece of tactical manoeuvring by Lisa Dobrisky, because Çakır of Turkey and Eunice Sum of Kenya got into all sorts of trouble. The pair of them really needed a pair of boxing gloves as they try to get themselves out of trouble there. And Dobrisky now sweeps around towards the outside. It's McKnight of Australia who's hit the front here from Hilali of Morocco, who's been in the front contention for most of the race so far. Dobrisky now swings out into lane number 2 to make sure that she's got racing room, and she'll do only enough to qualify here as Hilali on the inside is being joined by Dobrisky on the run to the line, and Dobrisky just gets her head in front on the line, hence the roar from the crowd. But she's qualified safely and very, very impressively. A slow time, but nobody will care about that, least of all Dobrisky.
No, it's the big Q right next to her name that we care about. That was such sensible running, a real level head from Lisa Dobrisky there. And look at her, she's taking it all in, she's waving to the crowd. She was absolutely wiped at the beginning when she heard the roar, wasn't she? It just took her by surprise. You could visibly see her gasp. And, you know, she might sound timid and lovely and sweet, but when you put her on a track, she's a vicious racer. She really had a sensible head on there. And looking down the field, Mike, some shocks in terms of the sort of quality that have gone out. Asefa of Ethiopia, the third probably best Ethiopian here, but certainly posted decent time this year. And the Kenyan Eunice Sum, again a 4-4 runner. It's you know, it's vicious when you get to this stage.
And I think what we're seeing here, partly because you know, we've had evidence in the last couple of seasons of this being a race that has been really cleaned up, targeted by the IAAF and the anti-doping authorities. I mean, in one single sting in the last Olympic year, 7 Russians were thrown out. 5 of them were middle distance runners, and that means that gradually, year by year, as they catch cheat by cheat, the race is becoming cleaner and cleaner. And you could have a situation here where all 3 British athletes are genuine medal contenders and first of all will get to the semi-finals.
They certainly should all be looking to the semi-final as a given, but then you've got 2 of these girls who know what it's like to stand on a podium at a world level. Of course, last year, Jenny Simpson, the American, we're looking at her, she qualified there in 6th place. She was a huge surprise as a world champion, but I think that our girls, once they're in the final, can start dreaming of medals and really, you know, making it a reality.
Very good run by Lisa Dobrisky. She didn't seem fazed by it at all. She crossed the line, she stopped, she applauded all sides of the stadium, and then she walked to where all the TV crews, all the radio crews are. Dan Campbell, and kind of went past Phil Jones, our TV guy who'd ask all the questions, and seemed surprised that he wanted to talk to her. She was like, "Do you want to talk to me?" He was like, "Yeah, definitely," as if she doesn't think she's done anything. You know, it's all in a day's work.
She's that kind of character, and it's good to see her back on track. You know, regardless of how she goes in this competition, the fact that she's made it into the Olympic team and she's been able to go out there and experience it is fabulous. Very, very comfortable performance. That's what I like. Took the home straight. She opened up her stride. She was very bouncy on her feet, almost like Tigger. And you know, she's just enjoying this moment. And the good thing is it wasn't a fast pace, so it wouldn't have taken too much out of her, and that's what she needs to do, get through these rounds as easy as possible.
And she also managed to make sure she wasn't involved in all the bumping and barging that was going on as well. 9 minutes past 12. This is Mark Chapman live from the Olympic Stadium with Victoria Derbyshire in the box that rocks, also known as the Handball Arena, the Copper Box.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012
on 5 Live.
So here this morning, Andrew Assaji sneaks through in the heats of the 800 metres. Tiffany Porter finishes in 3rd place in the 100-metre hurdles to reach the semi-finals. And so far, Hannah England and Lisa Dobrisky are into the next round of the 1500 metres.
Here in the Copper Box, I can just see a 10-year-old girl dancing along to the music, waving a Union flag above her head. She is having such a good time. Hungary beat Serbia this morning. They're through to the quarterfinals, and currently my pick, Argentina, have scored 12 goals. Tunisia have scored 12 goals. We've got the second half to come. In the next hour, we'll speak to Olympic legend Dame Kelly Holmes and to last night's silver medalist.
Ohurugu now is driving through. Is this going to be a replay of Beijing, or has she left it too late? It's Sanya Richards-Ross from Ohurugu. Takes the silver on the line.
Plus highlights to listen out for later today here on 5 Live. At 10-3, Beth Tweddle goes in the women's uneven bars. At 20-6 this afternoon, Jason Kenny goes for gold in the men's individual sprint.
And you will be able to hear all of that with Peter and Colin, and then Mark Pugac will bring you Di Green in the final of the 400 metres hurdles at 8:45 tonight.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
5 Live News with Tom Sanders. Syria's Prime Minister Riyad Hijab has become the most high-profile member of President Assad's regime to defect. The Jordanian government says Mr. Hijab has fled to Jordan with his family. In a statement, he said he had joined the ranks of the Freedom and Dignity Revolution. Syrian activists say a number of other senior members of Assad's regime have also defected, although this hasn't been confirmed. Here, Louise Mensch is stepping down as a Conservative MP to spend more time with her family in the United States. Her resignation means there'll be a by-election in the marginal seat of Corby and East Northamptonshire later on this year. The most high-tech rover NASA has ever designed has successfully landed on the surface of Mars. The operation was described by engineers as 7 minutes of terror. Police searching for a 12-year-old girl who went missing from southeast London are checking through hours of CCTV footage. They've become increasingly concerned for Tia Sharp, who was last seen leaving her grandmother's home in New Addington on Friday. And a healthcare trust in Devon has been fined £175,000 after posting confidential information about more than 1,300 of its staff on its website. The data, held by Torbay Care Trust, included dates of birth, national insurance numbers and sensitive details about religion and sexuality.
Thank you very much, Tom. So far, Hannah England and Lisa Zabriskie have qualified in the 1,500 metres from their heat, and now our third British athlete goes in this heat, Mike Costello.
I think it's fascinating watching British athletes when they're introduced to the crowd here and their image appears on the screens at either end of the stadium, and they try to play miss or miss the call by keeping focused and concentrated, but they can't help but break into a smile when they hear the sound and the level of decibels of the applause here. It is amazing, even for a morning session. This is the fourth morning session and the stadium is virtually full to capacity once again. 6 places available for the semi-finals on Wednesday in the women's 1,500 metres. The event won in such stunning style by Kelly Holmes in 2004 when she completed the middle distance double. Here, Laura Wakeman is drawn on the outside of 15 runners and so potentially has scope to avoid any trouble on the run to the first bend over the first 150 metres or so. And they head through then, the gun has fired, and the first 100 metres or so, very important for Laura Wakeman to get herself into a decent racing position, as both Lisa Zabriskie and Hannah England did in their heats previously this morning, and they've qualified for the semi-finals. Moving through to take up the lead is the young Ethiopian Gezebi Dibaba. Her compatriot Abebe Aragawi also won earlier on this morning, having dominated her heat. And also moving through to join them in second place is the Ugandan Janet Ochola as they head down the home straight for the first time. And Kipyegon of Kenya is in the front rank as well. Macias of Spain is tucked in towards the inside, and at this stage, as they've got 3 laps to go, Alison Kirbishley, Laura Wakeman has decided to plant herself at the back of the field, maybe 7 or 8 metres off the lead. Once again, very tightly grouped.
Yeah, the one thing going for Laura Wakeman is her very impressive racing brain at the young age of 21. She does look at and read a race very, very well during the race, and what she's realised is, what's the point in sitting on the shoulder of somebody 3 and 4 athletes adrift when I can just sit and enjoy the ride at the back. But saying that now, she's just wanting to position herself to get ready to pounce just in case an injection of pace is put up at the front. And of course it's been led by a name that we're all familiar with, Dibaba, not Ejegeu, not Tirunesh, the new Olympic champion over 10,000 metres. It's their younger sister and somebody who has impressed very much so on the circuit this year.
As they head around then in towards the home straight, and the lap marker as they get here will show 2 to go, and it's still Kipyegon, the tiny Kenyan, on the outside of the almost equally small Dibaba. The East African neighbours are first and second, and still towards the back of the field is Laura Waitman, making ground towards the front. Into third place now is the American Morgan Yuseni, who was so unlucky in the World Championship final last year. Had a very strong, consistent season in the Diamond League meetings leading up to Daegu and the big decider, only to fall with around 500 metres to go. She would have been very, very close to her compatriot Jenny Simpson, who went on to take gold ahead of Britain's Hannah England. Yuseni is in third place at the moment. Mimi Bilete is also in the front rank, formerly of Ethiopia, now representing Bahrain. And coming through for Turkey is Bulut, who was drawn initially on the inside and now has barged her way through into third place. As they come around towards us, just over a lap to go, and the pace has been quickened decisively by Kipyegon of Kenya, and only Dibaba so far of Ethiopia has gone with her, with Bulut in second place, and now Laura Waitman with ground to make up is coming through in about 8th place. Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, they were very slow through the first 400, 2:18 through 800, but it was that 67-second lap from the Kenyan and Dibaba that really made the difference. Laura Waitman now needs to rely on that speed. She needs to know that all she's got to do is get in that top 6. She can get there, Mike, but the work has got to be done down the back straight now.
Yes, it is. She's slightly detached at this stage from the front group, who are closing up, and with every stride as they reach the halfway point down the back straight, so Laura Waitman gets closer and closer to them, and she isn't starting to panic just yet. As up front is Bulut of Turkey, now being joined towards the outside by the Russian athlete Kostetskaya, who won the Russian national championships, and that form ought to be good enough to get her through comfortably here. And now Waitman is still trying to make ground in towards the first 6. She's 1 place shy at this moment as they come in towards the home straight now, and Waitman is in behind this front group of Bulut of Turkey, who's driving clear, and Waitman now starts her charge with 50 metres to run and finally gets into the front 6 as Bulut goes on to win for Turkey, and Waitman comes through in 6th place to take the last of the qualifying spots in this last semi-final.
Wow, welcome to the Olympics, Laura Waitman. I think she's going to come off the track and know that was a hard heat. She made an error that I'm not used to seeing from Laura Waitman in the home straight. She decided to move left when actually she should have turned right and could have easily sailed past and probably got into 5th place. But she looks up with a sigh of relief. She waves to the crowd. She's got a lot of her family here, but a very impressive qualification for Bulut from Turkey, and Yuseni, the American champion there. Kostetskaya, Russia, just started to wind it up, and I really thought that the Kenyan Kipyegon and Dibaba, I think they might have been run out of it, Mike.
Yeah, Dibaba was way back down the field, and Kipyegon might qualify as a fastest loser because this was the second quickest of the 3 semi-finals. But what a morning for Laura Waitman. She too, like Lisa Zabriskie, clearly taken aback by the applause she got here at the age of 21, her Olympic debut, and it's gone well for her. Maybe she made the error, as you say, Alison, but she is through to the semi-finals of the women's 1500 metres on Wednesday, alongside Hannah England and Lisa Zabriskie.
Good stuff for all our women in the 1500 metres. Kath Merry has been watching the men's discus. How's Lawrence Okoye doing?
Well, his second throw was a measured one. It was 63 metres exactly, but that puts him in 15th place overall if you combine the qualification Group A and the current qualification Group B that is going on at the moment. And you need to be in the top 12 to make tomorrow night's final. Abdul Buhari of Great Britain's just entering the circle now for his 3rd attempt. Both of our British guys, Mark, have the ability to make this final. The standard is down in terms of what these guys, big guys, have been throwing. So Lawrence Okoye has 1 big throw left. I can tell you he has 40 centimetres only to gain, does Lawrence Okoye, to get into that top 12. And Abdul Buhari has just thrown. And he threw 54 metres and 20 in the first round, 55 metres and 78 in the second. Nearly some 10 metres down on his best form in 2012 for the Newham and Essex Beagle athlete. So 1 more throw for Lawrence Okoye to hopefully get in that top 12 and make the final.
Thank you very much, Kath. Good afternoon. It's 5 Live at the Olympics. Here in the Copper Box, 8 minutes to go in this men's handball match. Tunisia are leading Argentina. Tunisia 16, Argentina have scored 14 goals. One of these will go through to the quarterfinals. Couple of text messages. Am I allowed to say that professional football could learn from Olympic sports, countries together peacefully supporting each other? One listener says, if you find the handball exciting, get over to the water polo arena for tomorrow's quarterfinals. I was there for the women's yesterday and the place was buzzing. I will be there for the first 2 games. Nigel has tweeted to say there are a surprising number of handball clubs in the country. Just go to englandhandball.com. Michael says, great coverage of handball. Thanks. There yesterday, CGB women. Brilliant. Loving handball. And Emma says, my children love it. So fast, so many goals, so physical. My 3 boys, gosh, are now playing constantly in the living room. 12:21, good afternoon. There are reports that the Syrian Prime Minister, Riyad Hijab, has fled to Jordan with his family after defecting to the opposition. Syrian activists say 3 other ministers have also defected, although this hasn't been confirmed. Let's talk to our World Affairs correspondent, Mike Waldridge. First of all, tell us about Riyad Hijab and the kind of power that a Prime Minister has in Syria under President Assad.
Well, it is now known that he's gone to Jordan, he's defected, though as far as other ministers are concerned, as you say, that is yet to be confirmed. And it all started really 2 hours ago, not with the news initially of his defection, but of his being sacked from the government. He was appointed only 2 months ago, Riyad Hijab, as the Prime Minister. But within minutes of that announcement on Syrian state television that he'd been fired, came the first reports that he was in Jordan, and then sometime later the confirmation and a statement from him has been read out on Al Jazeera, and in which he said this: I announced today my defection from the killing and terrorist regime, he called it, and I announced that I've joined the ranks of the freedom and dignity revolution. I am from today a soldier in this blessed revolution. As you might expect, the opposition is already trying to capitalise on that. The Syrian National Council is saying that his defection, Riyad Hijab's defection, shows the regime of President Bashar al-Assad is disintegrating. It is, said the Syrian National Council, the beginning of the end. Now, it certainly is a high-profile one, but at the same time, he wasn't seen as a real member of President Assad's inner circle, unlike some of the other figures who have defected. Of course, we have seen 1 or 2 other political figures. We've seen certainly military people defecting to the opposition a good deal. But I think people would still say it's not a flood of defections, but obviously because he has been Prime Minister for only 2 months, still of significance.
Can you tell us what the latest is from the second city, Aleppo? Obviously, a lot of killing going on there from both sides, we are told. But what is the situation today, Mike, as far as you know?
That's right, and generally perceived still as the build-up for all that's going on at the moment, the build-up to the real onslaught by the government. That's the way it's been seen. But there is one very interesting, just in the last few minutes, report from the Reuters news agency, and it says this: rebels in districts of Aleppo visited by Reuters journalists seemed battered, overwhelmed and running low on ammunition after days of intense tank shelling and helicopter gunships strafing their positions with heavy machine gun fire. So in other words, the suggestion there that the rebels are coming under real pressure already in that particular city. One other on the military front today in terms of fighting, a bomb blast at the Damascus headquarters of Syria's state broadcaster earlier today, but it has kept broadcasting.
Thank you. Mike Waldridge, our World Affairs correspondent.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Some interesting tweets in the last 5 minutes or so. Paula Radcliffe, Lisa Dobrisky in command, the toughest person I know after she won her heat. Then she tweeted about 5 minutes after that, let's go Laura, after Laura Wayman qualified as well. And then Andrew Assaji 10 minutes ago, Operation Don't Embarrass Yourself on TV was a success through to the Olympic semi-final. Was that another goal, Victoria, where you are?
Tunisia, yes, 18. Argentina, 15. It's quite comedy when the opposition is trying to chuck a ball into the net, because the goalkeeper just basically stands there, does an impression of Bruce Grobbelaar, where he's just leaping up and down, shaking his legs, whizzing his arms up and down, because there's not much more they can do.
So Victoria's in the copper box, in the box that rocks, watching the handball. I'm in the stadium here. Dame Kelly Holmes has sat next to me, joining us. Is there a sport that you've gone to see at this Olympics that you've never seen before, that suddenly you've discovered and are really enjoying?
Yes, handball.
You're handball as well.
I went to handball.
It's the discovery sport of the games, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. I was there. I went for one of the Great Britain matches, and of course they're all a very young team, very inexperienced at this level. And after they lost one of their matches, the team came and asked me to go down to the changing room. So I'm doing like their pep talk, because they're all kind of down at the end of the match, and to kind of bring them up for their next one. But I think they've got a lot of potential and future in that game, because they're so young, and it's such a kind of a new sport really for Great Britain. It's very big in Europe, but I did hear though that their website crashed many times because of the interest, and
so
I think that's
what did you say to them?
What did I say?
Yeah.
I just said that, you know, this is a massive learning curve for them, but at the highest level they're ever going to get. They're Olympians, okay, so that's the one thing. And they had to, I asked them what do they feel was the reasons behind the loss. Was it tactical errors? Was it certain bits? So they brought up them, and it's better for them to identify it. And then I kind of said, well, that's then what you have to work on for your next game. If you know and you've identified the kind of issues amongst your players and the team, then you kind of just pick it up. Because otherwise they would have just had their head right down low. Now, even though they didn't win their next game, they could have, I think, but they came out fighting, and that's what was really nice to see.
So, we've done some work together before for the Academy of Sport that's sponsored by a car company that we probably can't mention on the BBC. So you talk to lots of young athletes, not just track and field, but all sorts of kids in all sorts of sports. For these sports like handball, let's say, volleyball, maybe a couple of the other team sport, water polo maybe.
Hockey.
How do we increase participation in that?
Well, certainly these games have made a huge difference to sports across the board where potentially they were kind of unknown, or the kind of less recognised sports. And what the Olympics has allowed is that kind of profile to raise. That's the first thing. So we've now inspired young people to be interested in the sports. We've now got to make sure we have the facilities and the infrastructure, the community-based sports, the clubs, allow them to expand, because we can't inspire people and then not give them the opportunity to take part. And I think that's the bit that we've got to now do post these games.
Do you think big business plays a part in sponsoring facilities, providing facilities?
Yeah, I think there's lots of things. Of course, the investment in sport has never been as good as it has been over this previous 4 years, and that's why we've seen such remarkable achievements here. And of course, the crowd are getting behind them, which is also raising levels of performance. But certainly, we need to look post these games of what do we do with all this inspiration now? You know, what is the kind of next stage for capturing that kind of empathy for sport, the real excitement, and then allowing our champions of the future to come through, because they're going to come from the young kids that are watching these events. That could be a mixture of government, business, all sorts really.
What we've seen today on the track, let's talk about that. All three British women qualifying from the 1500 metres. Lisa Zabriskie particularly impressive.
Yeah, well, of course, I watched all three heats. I have a real interest in all three. Both Hannah England and Laura Waitman have been part of On Camp with Kelly for quite a few years, and Lisa Zabriskie is from Kent. We've just got something going on now, right?
Laura Sequoia is just going into the discus net for his final throw, hence the roar of the crowd.
Okay, so the roar of the crowd are there, and fingers crossed.
Yes, he's ranked only 15th at the moment, Kelly. He needs to get into the top 12 to qualify for the final. His best so far is 63 metres. He needs somewhere in the region of 63.5 metres, and that has done it beyond 65 metres. And listen once again to the roar of this crowd, and he punches the air and jumps a jump of delight, and the emotion is released from Lawrence Okoye as he qualifies for the final at the Olympic Games on his third and final attempt, 65 metres and 28 centimetres. That's just what he wanted, and he's running around almost in a fury here as he releases this pent-up tension, as he was just one throw away from going out of the Olympic Games on his debut. At 20 years of age, this 20-stone, 6'6" Hulk is now through to the men's discus final.
20-year-old, as you say, Mike, 6'6" frame into the circle. He needed 48 centimetres to guarantee himself a place in the top 12 for that final, and he's now become the 6th athlete to go over the automatic qualifying distance. Lawrence Okoye. Well, Mark, what can you say? That was a big championship performance from the young man. The first sport was rugby. He was a schoolboy Jonah Lomu. He's postponed his Oxford University studies till autumn to concentrate on these Olympic Games. That was a fantastic performance.
You can feel the stadium shaking from here, not just because of the crowd, but because he was jumping up and at 6'6" and 20 stone. Blimey, just stay over there, Lawrence. I'm scared.
I bet that felt for him like scoring the winning try at Twickenham. How amazing to come from rugby, end up here on the Olympic stage and pretend, well, he's qualified now, hasn't he? He's qualified for the Olympic final.
Do you know, I spoke to somebody after he had a disappointing time at the European Championships where he finished 12th and last in the final in rainy conditions and said it was only the second competition he'd ever competed in the rain. And I was talking to somebody afterwards about this link with rugby, and you sometimes get a picture painted of something that's rosier than it is. And he said that he had spoken in turn to somebody who played rugby with Lawrence Okoye, and he said it's a good job he doesn't have to catch the distance.
Very, very nice. Before we get back, Kelly, to our 1500-metre women that we were talking about, the noise is what everybody talks about at this Olympics.
It is outstanding, honestly. Every athlete and every Team GB member that I've spoken to back in the village have just said they will never and have never experienced the emotion, the excitement around their performance, and the crowd is definitely lifting them to that kind of next level.
And you can see them as well, also, our athletes, not just the athletes here, but Olympians across the Olympic Park and all events, being inspired by it but trying not to get carried away by it. There's a very subtle difference, isn't there?
Yeah, that's the balance that you have to take. You know, there's going to be some young team members that will be overwhelmed by this, and if you speak to them, maybe that affected performance, but generally it's certainly enhanced most people's excitement of the games, love of the sport they do, and certainly given them a huge lift to their performance.
Let's just talk about Mo Farah. How difficult is it when you've won one gold and you've got another event coming to stay completely focused?
Yeah, keeping your feet down on the ground is the hardest thing, of course. Ed Clancy, one of the cyclists, one of the Team Pursuit, said all the rest of the Team Pursuit were out after celebrating after winning that, and the following morning he had to go to the track stepping over bodies still fully dressed after they'd been out celebrating. It is really hard because you've got to come down from the highest, the highest thing you've ever done, the height of sport, getting a gold medal, stand on that rostrum, there's nothing like it, and you almost have to look at that medal and pull it away and say, do you know what, I haven't even won that, I've got to go again. Psychologically, that is the hardest thing, and that was certainly the hardest thing between my 800-metre final and my 1500 metres heats. Definitely trying to remain focused, calm, relaxed, ready for the next set of races.
But we have our fingers crossed for him, don't we?
We do. Oh, absolutely.
How amazing would that be?
It will be incredible. Let's give one day at a time, and let's see him on the start line, then we can start talking about what it would look like.
Listen, thank you very much for joining us on 5 Live. Oh, hang on. What
I thought I'm here about the 1500.
Oh, yeah,
we haven't even spoke about that yet.
Let's do the 1500 then. I tell you what, you take over. Go on. We haven't. Well, remember, June, you've got all the notes in front of you.
Well, okay. No, I want to put in perspective about the three runners.
Yes.
They're each very different, and it's very easy for us to say they've all qualified. Yes, they have, which is fantastic. We have to remember Hannah England's a world silver medalist. She's a Commonwealth Games runner as well. She had a really bad injury, spiked to the Achilles, it pierced the Achilles, only around 8 weeks ago. Her final 2 weeks have been brilliant in training. I've heard from her coach Bud, but what you can see with that is the sharpness. I'm really hoping that through the rounds, that is what's going to bring Hannah back to her best. Race fitness. I think that's really what she's just missing at the moment, but it was great to see her back, and actually she's only just over a second slower than her best this year's season best. Then we had Lisa Zabriskie, a Kent girl. She looked really comfortable. She's a great tactician. She holds the line. She knows what to do. She's a Commonwealth Games champion. She knows how to race. She looked very, very comfortable. But again, all of the races have been running so differently. I have a very slow start.
That was
really
a slower one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's it. And then it picks up. That's a really hard way to race 1,500 metres. But I have to say, I think Laura looked the best. She looked like she was pacing herself. She was very, very comfortable. She knew what she had to do, and all she had to do was to finish in 6th place. You could see her looking around at the opposition, very, very relaxed. Don't underestimate Laura, because I think she, at the moment for me, is looking the sharpest, the most focused, and one with the most belief that she can get there. So I really want to see the semi-finals, because that's going to show it all.
The other thing I've noticed watching all of them really, and it kind of links in with Hannah and the spike in the back of Achilles, is quite how tough these are. I mean, not obviously the physicality of just running 1,500 metres, but how you've got to handle yourself in these races.
Absolutely, because that's what middle distance is all about. It's the tactical awareness. You know, if you get that right, you can be a fantastic athlete. But, you know, everybody's vying for their places. They're cutting up, they're chopping, their pace, they're going in. If you get boxed in, sometimes you'll stay in there. So Lisa hogs the line, the inside line, to run the least distance possible. She just wants to run 1,500 metres, no longer. Okay, she hogs the line, but sometimes that can be to detriment, because if you can't get out of it and the right time, that's it, you've had it. I could never run on the inside line. I couldn't run behind people. I couldn't run track. You'd always see me out lane 2, and that was too far to run. But
you needed your own space.
I needed my own space. I needed to see where I needed to be, when I was going to move, how I was going to move around people. But so that's what I really like from those 3 girls. They are completely different runners and tacticians. It was great to see them all through. I'm really pleased for them all.
I'm glad we had that chat. Thank you very much. Dame Kelly Holmes on 5 Live. Victoria.
Is your voice going to last, Mark? We got to go. You got to go till Sunday, man.
I know. I've had 2 of those Tom Jones tablets. I might need to take. Kelly's having problems with her voice as well, so I might need to take another 2 or 3. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
I'm watching Argentina play Tunisia in the men's handball tournament. Tunisia have scored 21 goals. Argentina 18. I would say the momentum is with Tunisia now. What's really interesting is a coach or captain can call for a timeout at any point in the match. I've just got to check my notes for how many times per game they can do that. And that timeout lasts for 60 seconds. They always play a bit of Coldplay while those 60 seconds are going on. And they use that not only to discuss tactics, but to halt any momentum the opposition might be gaining it at any particular time. We've got 10 minutes left in this game, and we will find out whether it will be Argentina or Tunisia to go through to the quarterfinals. It's 12:37. And I think we're doing the news now.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The 5 Live News with Tom Sanders. The Syrian Prime Minister Riyad Hijab has defected with his family and fled to Jordan. In a statement, he said he was abandoning what he called a terrorist regime. Syrian activists say a number of other government ministers have also defected, although this hasn't been confirmed. The owner of a pit bull that attacked and injured 5 policemen in East London has been found guilty of 3 counts of owning a dog that went dangerously out of control in a public place. Simeon Robinson Pierre has also admitted to possessing a fighting dog at his home in Newham. The Conservative politician Louise Mensch is stepping down as an MP. She says she wants to spend more time with her family in the United States. Nick Clegg is preparing to make an announcement on House of Lords reform. It's thought the Deputy Prime Minister will be forced to abandon his plans to bring in a mainly elected second chamber because David Cameron has struggled to convince Conservatives that it's a good idea. And a high-tech NASA rover has successfully landed on the surface of Mars. The Curiosity rover was lowered into a massive crater and slowed by a parachute before rockets then fired to control its descent. 5 Live and the sport now. Here's Will Perry.
Tom, thank you. So let's just round up what's happened for you so far today. Over at the Olympic Stadium, 3 GB athletes are through to the semi-finals of the 1,500 metres. The world silver medalist Hannah England finished 5th in her heat to qualify. Lisa Dobrisky and Laura Waitman also into the semis. Lawrence Okoye is into the final of the discus. He threw 65.28 with his 3rd and final throw. Brett Morse, though, failed to make the discus final. A disappointment for Great Britain's Michael Rimmer in the 800 metres after he failed to qualify for the semi-finals. Gareth Warburton also missed out, but Britain's Andrew Asagi is through. Earlier, Tiffany Porter qualified for the semi-finals of the 100 metres hurdles. Philip Sado has arrived at the Athletes' Village ahead of his triple jump qualifying tomorrow. A BOA spokesman says he's set to compete. All is good. At Eton Dorney this morning, the defending Olympic champion Tim Brabants edged into the final of the K1 Kayak 1,000 metres final, but Richard Jeffries didn't qualify for the final of the single canoe. The women's Kayak 4 qualified for their final. A reminder, right now on 5 Live Olympics Extra, Ian Payne, Steve Parry and Karen Pickering are reviewing the Olympic swimming meet. We'll hear for the first time from Michael Scott, the performance director of British Swimming. Away from London 2012, how's the 5th day of the second test at Headingley going, Kevin House?
Well, this match has got draw written all over it, but of course we've got one more test to come at Lord's in a couple of weeks' time, and England's lack of breakthrough, I think, is a bit of a concern for them here. South Africa's second innings, a 90 for no wicket. Remember, Rudolph is opening because Alvaro Peterson has an injury. He's on 55 not out. Graham Smith seems to be coping OK with his knee problem, is on 33. They lead by 84 runs. Just to make sure you're aware of this, we've had some rain this morning, so lunch has been put back to 1:30, tea till 4:10, so it could be a long old day here, but at the moment, a real long one for England in the field. South Africa 90 for no wicket.
Kevin, thank you. This coverage from Headingley over on 5 Live Sports Extra. And Thomond Park Stadium officials have confirmed they and the Irish police are investigating claims by Manchester City defender Gail Clichy that a banana was thrown onto the pitch during yesterday's friendly against Limerick.
Travel news, and the M48 is closed between the M4 and Chepstow. It's all following an accident and investigation work is now underway. And in Edinburgh, the city bypass between the Calder Junction and Baberton Junction, one of the lanes has been closed to recover a broken down vehicle. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
He is about to join his compatriots on the gold medal podium. He serves.
It's an ace! It's gold! Gold! You better believe it! Gold for Andy Murray! He's beaten Roger Federer. No! Correct now, he has thrashed Roger Federer in straight sets. And Federer may have won Wimbledon, but revenge here for Murray is sweet and golden.
London 2012 on 5 Live and 5 Live Olympics Extra.
Hello, good afternoon. 12:41. Mark is at the Athletic Stadium. I'm in the Copper Box, the box that rocks. Just looking at Twitter, Emma Trott, big sister of Laura, GB gold medal winning cyclist, has just tweeted a photo of the gold postbox, the postbox that has been painted gold in honour of Laura Trott and her goal. We'll talk to Chris Boardman, by the way, in the next few minutes. In the meantime, let's talk about what's been going on at Eton Dorney this morning. The canoe sprint competition has started there. These events happen on open, still water, with head-to-head races with up to 8 paddlers, and the race distances vary between 200 and 1,000 metres. The defending Olympic champion Tim Brabants goes for Team GB in the men's kayak over 1,000 metres. He's only just got through to the semi-finals. He finished 5th and qualified by less than 0.05 of a second. Ed McKeever has a good chance of a medal in a new event, the kayak over 200 metres. Now, in kayaks, competitors sit and use a double-bladed paddle. In canoes, they kneel and use a single-bladed paddle. Let's talk to Team GB's canoeing performance director, John Anderson. Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Victoria, good afternoon.
How do you assess the performance of your athletes so far today, then?
Well, it's the first of 6 days of the canoe sprint competition here at Dorney, and it's green lights for Team GB. The job today was really to progress through the heats and then the semi-finals for Tim Brabants, the current Olympic champion, and Tim's done that successfully. And then also for our women's K4 500 metres, also progressed to the final. So that was the name of the game today for Team GB, and I'm pleased to say all our boats there that we were aiming for are progressing forward.
You say success so far for Tim Brabants. You have no anxiety about finishing 5th, qualifying by such a tiny margin?
Well, Tim finished 4th in the semi-final in a time of 3:30. It was won by Adam Van Coveren in 3:28. Pretty sort of close margin. The other thing I would say is that Tim was in lane 1, and we've got quite a strong crosswind here today at Dorney, and it's blowing from right to left across the course. So out there in lane 1, for the whole 1,000 metres, Tim had sort of the choppiest water and the crosswind to contend with. So I think looking at the margin at the end, under 2 seconds. I think, Tim in the final. We're still waiting for the lane draw for the final, and the current Olympic champion. I wouldn't ever write Tim off to be able to sort of step up and perform in the final.
Sure. I think I'm right in saying that canoeing between 2009 and 2013 received just over 16 million, and the target in terms of medals is 3 to 4 medals. Would you say, I mean, we're only in the first morning, of course, but would you say that that's absolutely doable?
Well, firstly, Victoria, we are massively appreciative of the funding we get from UK Sport and the National Lottery. It has absolutely transformed the performance arm of canoeing. In the lead into the Atlanta Olympics in 1996, the total budget for the Olympic programme was £100,000. And you've mentioned the funding that we've had. So, we've been able to prepare above and beyond, outstanding preparation for all of our athletes. And we're in pretty good shape. You must remember that today was really the start of half-time for Olympic canoeing, because last week at Lee Valley we had 5 days of canoe slalom, which is our other discipline. And I'm pleased to say that our athletes won a gold and a silver medal in canoe slalom. So if you look at it in that context, it's half-time and canoeing already have 2 medals on the board.
OK, perfectly doable then. Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Thanks for talking to us. John Anderson, Team GB's Canoeing Performance Director.
Now, Jason Kenny will aim to win Great Britain's 6th cycling gold medal of the Games this evening in the men's sprint, but Britain's success in the velodrome has led to raised eyebrows from France's cycling chief Isabelle Gauthieron, who said they have not dominated the last 4 years. They were among the best teams with Australia, Germany and France, but here they crush everyone. Girls especially are 4 seconds ahead in their pursuit. It's good for them. Do they have a technology, a secret preparation? We have to do sports intelligence to know how they can be so strong. Well, let's talk to Olympic gold medalist Chris Boardman, part of our TV commentary team, and Julien Pretot, who's cycling correspondent for Reuters. Chris, well, first of all, what do you make of the comments in general? I mean, they have not dominated the last 4 years, is what Isabelle Gauthieron says.
No, the British team's been very, very competitive. When they won the last Olympic Games, that brings with it a lot of other side effects. There's other things to do in life. It takes away some motivation, and they made mistakes, but they were always there or thereabouts. But mostly, to be honest, it's what's called peaking, and the British team have done that across the board. It is a testament to awesome coaching and knowing how to do it.
Julien, is this a case of the French Cycling Federation just making excuses?
Well, no, they're not making excuses. It's just frustration talking, I think. I think that if Australia were top of the medal table, they wouldn't say anything. It's probably because it's les Anglais, are they say, the Brits. But I talked to Dave Brailsford the other day, and I asked him how they managed to do that. And well, that, as Chris said, it's all about peaking at the right time. And he said, for instance, that Vicky Pendleton went into the World Championships in heavy phase of training, and so she can perform at her best. But no, she's peaking, and it's not a surprise.
Would you have expected, Chris, other nations to have caught us up a bit after Beijing?
Well, one of the things that the British team did is they went, what are the demands of this event? And they recognised the fact that, for example, aerodynamics is a massive part of this. They pull an event apart and they look at what are the demands of this event. And pushing air out of the way is over 80%. So they focused a lot of their time and thinking on that. So the riders have changed position. They've really made an effort with things like that. And yes, I think some of the other countries have started to. We've seen, for example, that Australia put the entire 4-man team pursuit team in a wind tunnel to assess what actually happens there. And as far as all the equipment, I mean, I've seen some comments as well in the press about, these magic wheels. Well, all of the equipment of the British cycling team is actually available for sale. I think we gave some prices for it on air on the BBC a few days ago, and it's been on sale for 2 years.
So why then, Julien, can't other countries do what Britain are doing?
It's probably a question of culture. I mean, Britain have acquired culture of team pursuit, individual pursuit, which France don't have. They don't have a team pursuit team, and the only endurance rider is Brian Coccao won silver in the Omnium yesterday. So, and maybe track cycling in France is not as big now as it is in Britain, and they need to show themselves a little bit more throughout the years. So they need to show themselves at the World Championships every year. While I guess in Britain it's all about the Olympics. They have the means to prepare, train just for the Olympics.
Well, that's probably a very important point, is that lottery funding has made a massive difference to sport in the UK, and lottery funding is wholly geared towards Olympic Games. So as was already mentioned about Victoria Pendleton's training, she's trained all the way through World Championships. She sacrificed those to be good for the Olympic Games. That is because that is how British success is measured, Olympic medals.
And Chris, what's your feeling about Jason Kenny this evening?
Well, he's really up against it actually with Gregory Bourget. They're very similarly matched now. Bourget was better, I think. He was better at the World Championships. He's got a very, very strong jump. So Jason Kenny is going to be really pushed. Having said that, he's very much on the form of his life as well. So I think it'll come down to tactics in the end.
Chris Boardman and Julien Preto, cycling correspondent for Reuters, thank you very much. And of course, all the coverage from the Velodrome with Colin and Peter from 2 o'clock this afternoon.
So listen, Mark, Tunisia are leading Argentina 24 goals to 22.
Oh, you don't want that.
There is 1 minute left. Shall I try and commentate?
Would you like
to? Okay, hang on. I've just got to work this out. 55 seconds left. Tunisia are leading 24 to 22. Tunisia have a penalty throw, as far as I can work out. There's a volunteer with a brush, just brushing the court a little bit. Okay, Tunisia, I think, have a penalty throw. They're just standing around. One Tunisian player is holding the ball. He's now chucked it back to his teammate, who's chucked it down the side. It's like Spain building up for an attack. Tunisia go into the semicircle and it gets kicked out by the goalkeeper. They're only allowed to go into the semicircle, holding the ball if they release the ball to try and get into the net before landing. Does that make sense? Right, now one of the Tunisians have called a timeout. I don't know how they can do this, because the timeout lasts for a minute and we've only got 50 seconds left of the game.
Yeah, so
they're trying to hold the momentum. Sorry, go on.
The clock will stop. They'll have that
You're
minute.
You're right. I'm now in the countdown of the minute. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I mean, listen, there's 30 seconds left of the timeout, and then there's 30 seconds left of the game. Can I stay with this, or should we talk to the Tweddles and the Bleasdales and the Trots?
My feeling is that this last 40 seconds could be very long with timeouts and penalties and stuff. So maybe talk to the families and commentate at the same time.
You don't want much, do you?
Well, I thought that your sex was better at multitasking than my sex.
All right, listen, I'm going to talk to Jerry Tweddle, Beth Tweddle's dad, because I've just been told he's got to be on the 1 o'clock news, and it's now 12:52. So I'm afraid Tunisia or Argentina can wait. Mr. Tweddle, hello, how are you feeling about Beth Tweddle, your wonderful 27-year-old daughter, in the final of the uneven bars this afternoon?
Oh, we're feeling really positive. We've just left about, 20 or 30 supporters who are all coming into the auditorium now. There's just everybody's been so supportive, and you can't get to an Olympic final without having hundreds and thousands of supporters. So well done to them.
When did you last speak to your daughter?
A couple of days ago. I mean, we don't normally speak to her in competition. We send her a text on the morning of competition, which we did this morning, just saying good luck, and that's a tradition. So we know she's fine. We hear from other people and other members of the team via boyfriends and other parents that she's fine. We've just seen her walking out of the auditorium, actually, having warmed up, and as far as you know, she looks fine.
Just to let you know that Tunisia have beaten Argentina 24-23, and the Tunisian players are rolling around on the floor doing a load of man hugs. I can tell you, Argentina look really upset. They worked so hard. Sorry, it was 25-23 because Tunisia scored just as the two referees blew the final whistle. I will never make a commentator. I'm doing my damnedest. Mr. Tweddle, so listen, what's your feeling? She can win gold, will she?
She can win gold. Once you get into a final, anything can happen. She's obviously pretty experienced, and she seems relaxed. Will she? Well, that's in the lap of the gods, isn't it? I just hope all 8 of them do their best, have a clean competition, and then we'll see who wins.
All the best. Keep calm. Thank you very much. Love to Mrs. Tweddle. Thank you. Enjoy the 1 o'clock news. Who else have we got, Mark, with us?
We've got, hopefully, Chris and Debbie Bleasdale, who were with us when we did the family chat a few, 8 or 9 days ago now.
Like years ago.
Holly Bleasdale's mum and dad. Hi, Chris. Hi, Debbie. I can't hear Chris or Debbie. Can you hear Chris or Debbie?
Hello. Chris here.
Hiya, Debbie.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Feeling okay, actually.
Well, Holly's tweeted, hasn't she, this morning about the good luck card and letter that you sent with it. Is that a picture of her as a toddler?
It is, yes. That's her with a toffee apple at some garden fete or something we went to. It's quite a cute picture.
And
I wrote her a letter for every day. I wasn't going to see her while she was in Portugal, and they finish tomorrow, so she's been opening them every morning, and I got a bit bored of things to say to try and motivate her, so I started putting old photographs in as well. So
she has a letter ready to open tomorrow morning as well.
Yes. That's the last one.
That's the last one.
So obviously at the time I wrote them, it's about 3 weeks ago now, I didn't know whether she was going to get through to the final even, so obviously I hope she would do, but I can't actually remember what I put in there, so it could be a surprise to me. But I hope she's kept them and I can reread them, because she keeps saying, "Oh, brilliant letter this morning," but I can't remember what I put in them.
Debbie, it must begin like this. If you are reading this now, it means you are. Is that? Will it start?
Probably, yes.
Yes, yeah.
It must have been something like that. I know that on the qualification day, I wrote one for the morning, for Saturday morning, and then I put an extra envelope in with read this after qualification, and I put 2 separate letters in, one with a smiley face and one with a frowny face. And obviously she opened the one with the smiley face on Saturday when she got back to the athletes' village, and then she texted me later and said I opened both ones actually.
So, what a wonderful idea. How are you feeling, Chris?
Yeah, pretty calm about it. We're looking forward to going today and seeing what she can do. So.
In many ways, are you calmer now that she's in tonight's final and got through the heat 2 days ago?
Yeah, there was a bit of butterflies there for the jump off to see whether she would get in or not. But once she did, we can relax a bit now. And Lisa's got into the final, and we're trying not to show we're expecting too much, but we'll see what she does. We're looking forward to it very much.
Yeah. She's feeling very confident, relaxed, and just this morning she says that she's just going to go out there and try her very best. That's all she can do really, and just enjoy it and make the most of being in an Olympic final at the age of 20. So
well, yes,
exactly.
It certainly is, especially when you put it like that. Let's hope that she opens that letter in a fantastic mood tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Chris, Debbie, enjoy it tonight and feel very proud. Pleasure. Hopefully talk to you tomorrow as well. Hopefully as well we should have Adrian Trott, Laura Trott's dad. Are you there, Adrian?
I am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So Laura's got the Omnium to go in, and if you read the articles and listen to what people are saying, you are the dad of the hottest property in British cycling.
Apparently so.
Do you feel like the dad of the hottest property in British cycling?
I don't really. I mean, it's very nice for people to say it. It is very much for other people to say it. She's just Laura. Always will be.
I've just seen a photograph, Adrian, that Emma has tweeted, which is the post box at the end of their Nan's Road, apparently, which has been painted gold. Have you seen it yet?
Yes, they were starting it just as we left home this morning. So
right.
we've had a quick run round there and a quick photo call with it. But I understand it's had a second coat of paint since then.
Right. Well, it looks sparkling and glittering to me as far as golden post boxes go anyway. And what frame of mind is Laura in then?
I I think she's in a very good frame of mind. We're a bit like the Tweddles. We don't speak to her. We have an exchange of texts on the morning of events. We leave it for her to contact us. If she doesn't contact us, we know things are going well.
I like her quote as well, Adrian. I'm not really the brightest spark on the track, she says. I just ride as hard as I can and as long as I can, and it's working, because let's not forget, she's yet to stand anywhere on a podium other than in the number one position.
I know. That's a little bit scary, because those sort of records are there to be taken away. I think she undersells herself with regards to thinking on the track. I think she has an incredible racing brain. I don't think you achieve, particularly in the Omnium, what she's achieved by just being out to ride hard and fast. Certainly in the timed events, because that's what it's about. The elimination race, the points races, they need thinking about. And you can't get results if you're not thinking.
It's a very British trait, isn't it, to play everything down?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
It's we do that quite well, and I think it's right. We're not as brash as, say, our cousins on the other side of the Atlantic. I certainly, as far as Laura's concerned, I quite like it that way.
Yeah. Enjoy tonight, Adrian.
We will do.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Adrian Trott, Chris and Debbie Bleasdale, Jerry Tweddle, all very proud and very hopeful parents.
Peter Buckle tweets to say, Victoria, please never ever commentate again. Go on, marks out of 10, Mark. Remember, I'm totally out of my... Look, in the true Olympian spirit, I did my best, okay?
Absolutely, and that's all we're asking of anybody. So it has, if you give your best, you have to be at least a 7 out of 10.
Oh, thank you.
Pleasure.
1 o'clock, just gone. This is Victoria Derbyshire in the Handball Arena with Mark Chapman in the Olympic Stadium.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
The crowds have been absolutely loving the very close competitive matches here in the Copper Box in the middle of the Olympic Park this morning. Through to the quarterfinals in the men's handball tournament. We have seen Hungary beat Serbia, and Tunisia just beat Argentina. Also today, double Olympic champion Dane Kelly-Holmes tells us that Mo Farah will find it tough to add the 5,000 metres to the 10,000 he won on Saturday night.
It is really hard, because you've got to come down from the height of sport. There's nothing like it. And you almost have to look at that medal and pull it away and say, do you know what? I haven't even won that. I've got to go again.
Farah starts his quest for 5,000 glory on Wednesday. In a few moments' time, we will speak to Stratford woman Christine Ohurugu, who won silver in the 400 metres last night and then said immediately afterwards it was heartbreaking.
Here in the Olympic Stadium, Hannah England, Lisa Zabriskie and Laura Waitman all go through in the 1,500 metres. Andrew Assaji sneaks through in the heats of the 800, and Tiffany Porter is through to the semis of the 100-metre hurdles. And with his final throw...
And that has done it beyond 65 metres. And listen once again to the roar of this crowd. And he punches the air and jumps a jump of delight. And the emotion is released from Lawrence Okoye.
Still to come, Jason Kenny, Beth Tweddle and Di Green will all attempt to win gold medals today. And you can, as always, hear every medal moment here on 5 Live.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live, and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
The BBC News on 5 Live at just gone 1 o'clock. This is Tom Sanders. The Prime Minister of Syria has defected to Jordan just 2 months after being appointed by President Assad. David Cameron's spokesman described him as the most senior figure to defect so far and added that the Assad regime has lost all legitimacy. Unconfirmed reports suggest a number of other senior members have also abandoned the Syrian government. The Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg is to make an announcement on House of Lords reform. It follows speculation that he's been forced to abandon his plans for a mainly elected second chamber. A man whose pit bull attacked several police officers in East London has been found guilty of owning a dog that went dangerously out of control in a public place. The incident in March was filmed by neighbours on their mobile phones. Simeon Robinson-Pierre, who's 25, is yet to be sentenced. The Conservative Louise Mensch is stepping down as an MP for Corby. She says she wants to spend more time with her family in the United States. There'll be a by-election later this year. And the last of 11 care staff who worked at Winterbourne View near Bristol has pleaded guilty over the ill treatment of patients. Last year, an undercover Panorama investigation filmed workers slapping, kicking and punching residents. 5 Live, the sport now. Here's Will.
Tom, thank you. So 3 British athletes are into the semi-finals of the 1500 metres. The world silver medalist Hannah England, Lisa Dobrisky and Laura Waitman all through today. Lawrence Okoye is into the final of the discus. He threw 65.28 with his third and final throw. Brett Morse failed to make the discus final. And there was disappointment for Great Britain's Michael Rimmer in the 800 metres after he failed to qualify for the semis. Gareth Warburton also missed out, but Britain's Andrew Assaji is through. Earlier, Tiffany Porter qualified for the semi-finals of the 100 metres hurdles. Philip Sado has arrived in the athletes' village ahead of his triple jump qualifying tomorrow. A BOA spokesman says he's set to compete. All is good. At Eton Dorney this morning, the defending Olympic champion Tim Brabant edged into the final of the K1 Kayak 1,000 metres final, but Richard Jeffries didn't qualify for the final of the single canoe. The women's Kayak 4 are all through to their final. On 5 Live Olympics Extra right now, Ian Payne, Steve Parry and Karen Pickering are reviewing the Olympic swimming meet. There's another half an hour to go on that or so. Away from London 2012, England's cricketers desperately need some wickets on the 5th day of the second test against South Africa. Live to Headingley, the latest from Kevin House.
101 without loss here, South Africa now. A lead of 95 runs. Rudolph on 65, Smith on 34. Numerous delays and players coming off and on due to the rain. And I think we're probably at the stage now where we can almost call this a phony war ahead of the third and deciding test at Lord's coming up in a couple of weeks' time. Still plenty of cricket to go, though. 101 for no wicket. South Africa in front by 95.
Kevin, thank you. And there's commentary of the second test over on 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012. With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
Good afternoon, 6 minutes past 1. 5 Live at the Olympics. Some of interesting news this morning comes from the fact that the Conservative backbencher Louise Mensch has resigned. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has praised her, calling her an inspiring MP after she announced her resignation this morning. Mrs Mensch has been described as one of the Conservative Party's rising stars, but she's revealed it's been too difficult to juggle her home life and her work as an MP. She's moving to New York with her 3 children. That's because her husband, Metallica manager Peter Mensch, is based there. Mrs Mensch only became an MP in 2010. The Tory MP, John Whittingdale, worked with her on the Parliamentary Select Committee, which questioned Rupert Murdoch over the phone hacking scandal. He says she's been a breath of fresh air.
She's a very feisty, forceful performer. She already has a very high profile. She undoubtedly was going to go further in the party, and I think she's a great loss.
Louise Mensch's resignation means there will be a by-election in Corby later this year. It's a key marginal seat and should make for an interesting battle between Labour and the Conservatives. 5 Live's political reporter Matt Cole is there. What reaction from constituents, Matt?
Well, we're hearing from people close to the party that this wasn't completely unexpected. They had been quite some long conversations, really, with Louise Mensch about the fact that she'd been struggling to balance her working and personal life. She's been, as you say, an MP for just 2 years here. She'd be one of the party's A-list, if you like, parachuted in here, a sort of celebrity figure, obviously a background in writing women's, what's known as sort of chick lit, as it's called, kind of holiday pulp fiction, if you like. And so there had been some little concern about the fact she was parachuted into here, but she's been a very popular constituency MP till now. But of course, this leaves a rather difficult position for her party, that perhaps maybe some could be asking the questions, had she been someone with more roots here? She's originally from London and grew up further south, Tunbridge Wells. Perhaps if she'd been someone with more roots here, she'd have found it easier to establish her family here, rather than after this second marriage to Peter Mensch, now finding herself wanting to move to New York.
Let's talk to Andrew Howard, who is Louise Mensch's constituency co-chair in Corby. Hello, Mr. Howard.
Hello.
Hi. What did Louise Mensch say to you then about the balance of her work and her private life?
I've known for some time that Louise has been finding it difficult to strike the balance. Obviously, she's got 3 children. The family is very important to her, and I think everybody will agree that she needs to give them priority, and that's really, as far as I understand it, what's resulted in Louise's decision.
Do you know how long she's been considering this?
I don't, to be honest. I know that over recent months, this issue of striking the right balance between her family and the commitment she needs to put into being a member of Parliament has actually been she's been reflecting upon. So I can't say any more than that.
There, as Matt Cole mentioned, there was some criticism when Louise Mensch was parachuted in to the seat as the preferred candidate. When there's a by-election, will you want someone local next time, or simply the best candidate for the job?
To be honest, I struggle with this idea that she was parachuted in, and I think whether it's with the Conservatives or with any other party, one has a candidates list, and that will comprise local people, and it will comprise people from outside the constituency. And the important thing of going through the selection procedure is to select the best candidate for the position. And I'm confident we did that last time. And unfortunately, because of the decision Louise has reached, then we will have to go through the process again.
And how difficult do you think it will be to win this by-election in the middle of this Parliament?
Well, to be honest, we're obviously as a country not where we want to be. We've been going through a really difficult 2 years. It's a coalition. It's not a Conservative-led government as we would wish. But there are some positives. When we start to look at the issues in other countries, particularly in Europe, and then we start to look at where we are as a country. And you at the moment, obviously, there's a lot of feel-good factor around. Some of the figures and some of the statistics may not be where we want them to be, but in general, when you go around the constituency, around the country, there's a lot of people feeling quite happy. The feel-good factor, I think, is good at the moment.
Will Boris Johnson be a candidate?
To be honest, I can't comment on who would be the candidate.
Would you like him to be?
To be honest, it will be up to individuals to put their names forward.
But would you like it if he did?
To be honest, it's up to the individual to decide. I can't comment.
No. But you can give me your opinion about whether you would like it if Boris Johnson put his name forward for your constituency.
To be honest, that would be up to him as an individual.
Of course it would, but would you like it if he did that?
He's already in the second most prominent position in the country in terms of being Mayor of London. So I don't think that's very likely. But it's up to any individual who's a member of the party and on the candidates list to put the name forward. So we will see who that is. To be honest, in due course.
And if he did, would you welcome it?
We welcome anybody that's on the candidates list putting their names forward. Of course, it's a positive reflection on Corby that people want to put their names forward to represent the people of Corby at Westminster.
Thank you for talking to us, Andrew Howard, who is the co-chair of the Conservative Corby constituency.
I'm thinking towards the end of that interview, Victoria, he might have been thinking, I hope she goes back to commentating on the handball.
To be honest, I think he may have said, to be honest, a number of times, but that's fine.
13 minutes, but my voice is going again. 13 minutes past 1. The stadium is quiet now. Most people have left, but there is a story developing, Catherine Merry, because not for the first time at these Olympics, we're having problems with an athlete so-called not trying.
Yeah, it's kind of following on from the badminton story, of course, which blew up. And one of the main things in the Olympic Games is you've got to give it your all. You have to come and give 100%. And we have a developing story at the moment concerning Moukoufli of Algeria. Now, this guy is qualified for the 1,500-metre final. He's a big favourite for that 1,500 metres. And he ran earlier in Michael Rimmer's heat in the 800 metres and just kind of jogged down the back straight. dropped out. The athletes then came round and he stood quite supportingly, clapping away as the athletes went by him on the second lap. He's been disqualified from the 800 metres, of course, because he didn't finish. And the knock-on effect of that is he could therefore be potentially taken out of the men's 1500 metre final tomorrow night, because you can't come and make a half-hearted effort in an athletic event and then go on and do something else. It looks like, allegedly, potentially, his Federation of Algeria have declared him mistakenly, because he now has the potential of being dragged out of that men's 1500 metre final for basically not trying, being a bad actor and not playing by the rules.
And that means it could open up a place in the 1500 metre final, but we're not quite sure how they will allocate that place.
Yeah, in a nutshell, the next fastest in that men's 1500 metres below him is Great Britain's Andrew Badley. But if they do take out the Algerian athlete for not being a sporty person, then are they going to take the next fastest, which is Andrew Badley, or the next person in his heat? That is to be confirmed. It's just a little bit of a developing story that follows on from the badminton in terms of you have to make an effort.
Always do your best.
Yeah, and don't clap people down the back straight once you pulled out a race.
We will continue to follow that story here in the stadium. Let's go to Weymouth for the first time today. Juliet Farrington's success yesterday, of course, with Ben Ainsley and a silver as well for Percy and Simpson. Your first final today is what? The laser radial. First of all, what is that? And secondly, does Alison Young stand a chance of a medal?
Well, to answer your second question, it will be unlikely that Ali Young will finish on the podium this afternoon. She needs a couple of disqualifications really from the other guys in this 10-boat race for that to happen. She's 5th overall, but she's having a storming medal race, isn't she, Pippa Wilson? 4th, certainly causing a few problems for the guys who want to win a medal this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a shame for Ali not being able to come into this event and be able to get a medal today, but you know, as you can see, she's out there and she's really trying to do her best. Basically, it's a 4-horse race between the top 4 in the fleet. They're effectively joint on points, so it's who between who, but Ali is, what is she, 4th, and great performance from her this week. She's 25 years old. She's a phenomenal athlete. You know, it's her first Olympic Games and it's tough. This is a very exceptional environment, and it's not, it's not that common for people to come into their first Olympic Games and medal. So she's had an absolutely brilliant week so far. I think at the moment she looks like she's 5th overall. So, I mean, she'll be so happy with that result. She's had a storming year. That's just brilliant for her.
And to answer Mark's first question about what kind of boat is a laser, you don't like it, do you?
Yeah, I did do the laser radial for a while, and basically it's a very, very simple boat. There's very little you can do to adjust the boat to depower when the winds are high. So essentially you just have to lean out very, very hard, and it's a lot of technique. So it's a great worldwide boat. You know, the depth in this fleet is phenomenal. And Alison she's just such a fantastic athlete.
Yeah, we're midway through this first medal race of the afternoon. Not a really chance of Alison Young finishing with a medal. China leading this race. Ireland, though, a real possibility of them finishing on the podium. Annalise Murphy in silver medal position, and the Netherlands in 3rd.
Thank you very much. 17 minutes past 1. I apologise because I should have picked up a few moments ago, but I wasn't wearing my headphones because I was talking to Haikal Meganem. He's one of the triumphant Tunisian handball players who are now through to the quarterfinals, having beaten Argentina 25-23. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Your team looked so overjoyed at the end. That was such a tight match, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course, because for us it's the most important match today, and we come here before the tournament to win this match, because we know to qualify to the quarterfinal you have to win England and Argentina. So for us it's the most important match, for us, for Tunisian people, for our team. So for us, it's the first time that collective sports in Tunisia qualify in second round, so it's very important for us.
I brought my 2 little boys here. I bought tickets for my 2 little boys to come here on Saturday to watch you play Great Britain. It was a really noisy, wild atmosphere in the crowd. Obviously, most people supporting Great Britain. You outplayed them because, you know, you're much more experienced. You're bigger, I think, aren't you? I mean, we have tall players, but I'm not saying you're very wide, but you're stronger, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. Handball now is very very strong man and physical now. So you have to be speed. You have to be strong in defense, strong in attack. So our preparation before match, we need this physical condition now. So and of course when we play in tournament like Olympics game or World Championship, you have to be very strong all time. So 1 hour, not just 20 minutes or 30 minutes. So always have strong, because there is many teams who are in the best competition in the world. So they are 12, the best 12 teams in the world now.
You've had a really successful week, I think, so far, because also, Heikel, you were carrying the flag for your country in the opening ceremony.
Yes, of course. For me, it's the best thing in all my career, this distinction. So I am very happy to be this, and I hope win quart de final and go to semi-final to offer this of all Tunisian people. And for me, I want to finish my career with big success in Olympic Games.
So this is your last tournament, is it?
Yeah.
How old are you? Do you mind me asking, Heikel?
35.
Okay, you look about 10 years younger than that.
Thank you very much.
And I don't say that to all the handball players.
It's in the head, all. It's not.
So, okay, let's have a look at the quarterfinals then. We have you and Sweden and France and Iceland, and also Croatia, Spain, Denmark and Hungary.
Maybe.
Sorry?
We will play sure with Croatia in the quarterfinal because they are the first in the other group.
Right. Oh, I see. Yes. Okay.
4 place.
And how popular is handball in Tunisia?
Handball is the second sport in Tunisia, so it's very famous in Tunisia. And in the international sports for Tunisia is the best in Tunisia. It's better than football, than volleyball, than basket. Always handball is the best in Africa. And in many times we participate all time in World Championship. So for Tunisian people, it's a small country, but they like handball.
Yes. So are you the equivalent? Are you the same as Chris Hoy to Great Britain? You're the same to Tunisia.
Chris
Hoy, the cyclist, the gold medal winning cyclist of Great Britain, who carried the flag for Britain. It was Chris Hoy, wasn't it? It was so long ago now, I can't remember.
I don't know him. But I don't know, handball in Tunisia is very famous. So when they give me the flag, it's because handball also is very important for Tunisian people, for Tunisian sport. So it's not just my person, it's handball in the first.
Congratulations. I'm going to be supporting you now through to the final now that I've met you. Thank you so much. It's been really good to talk to you. Well done. Fantastic effort this morning. Such a brilliant game to watch.
Thank
you very much. It's 5 Live. It's 1:22. Right, we've had a lot of excitement here on Olympic Park in recent days, but it seems we're not the only ones.
Touchdown confirmed. We're safe on live.
That's the moment. That was so quick. Can we play it again? Is it possible to play it again, or is it a pain?
Touchdown confirmed. We're safe on live.
That's the moment, shortly after 6:30 this morning, when NASA landed a robotic vehicle on the surface of Mars. The vehicle is called Curiosity. It's the size of a small car, and it took 9 months to reach the planet. It is trying to discover whether Mars has ever been capable of supporting life. Let's speak to NASA astronomer, Professor Lou Mayo. Hello, Professor Mayo.
Hello, nice to be with you.
And you, tell us how delighted you were when it finally landed.
Oh, well, this is an exciting day. This is a landmark mission in our sequence to explore Mars. And it's the biggest, most intricate, most advanced robot that we've ever set down on another planet. So this is an extraordinary day for NASA and I think for the world as we go exploring the universe.
And for those who are tuning into the pictures, tuning into the audio this morning, explain how you went about remotely landing this vehicle, weighing around a ton, I think, millions of miles from Earth.
Well, to be honest, it's a bit of a Rube Goldberg configuration, but it had to be done this way. The spacecraft had been traveling for about 8.5 months to Mars, and it went screaming into the Martian atmosphere this morning at about 13,200 miles per hour. The atmosphere slowed it down with, of course, tremendous heat on its heat shields. And then it deployed a single parachute. That parachute, even going through the relatively thin Martian atmosphere, slowed it to about 200 miles per hour. At which point the rover, the Curiosity rover, was simply dropped from the parachute, and rockets fired immediately to slow that down. And within about 20 meters of the ground, then a crane lowered the spacecraft on a cable gently to the ground, cut the cable, the rockets flew off, and there it sat. And then it was around 14 minutes before the signal that the rover sent saying, "I'm okay, everything worked all right," made it back to the Earth, made it back the 154 million miles from Mars.
So it's looking for evidence that there has been life at some point in the past how long? I mean, this is sort of, you're looking backwards, aren't you? It's a 2-year mission to look backwards.
That's right. It's a 2-year mission, and we're looking for signs that Mars may have been habitable for life. We know a lot about Mars history now. We know that water, liquid water, once existed on the surface of the planet, that it was a much warmer planet, that the atmospheric pressure was much higher than it is today. And so Mars is really quite a good target if you're going looking for life. But what Curiosity is going to do, with essentially an entire chemical laboratory on board, is look for signs that Mars might have been habitable for life, and also to look for minerals, resources, including subsurface water, that might be important when we send astronauts someday.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Mayo. Thank you for talking to us.
Fears are growing for the safety of a 12-year-old girl who went missing after leaving her grandmother's home near Croydon in South London on Friday afternoon. Tia Sharp was not wearing a coat or carrying a phone or travel card when she left the house in New Addington to head for the Whitgift shopping centre, and police say her disappearance is out of character. Well, 5 Live's Rowan Bridge is in Croydon now. What's happening at the moment there, Rowan?
Well, police are currently sifting through hours of CCTV footage to try and find some sign of the missing 12-year-old who has not been seen, as you say, since she left her grandmother's house around this sort of time of day on Friday, just around the corner from where I am at the moment. Local residents have been putting out flyers in local cars with pictures of her. I've even seen a car that had her details stenciled onto the side of it, and local residents even organised a sort of unofficial search operation to try and help find her.
And what have those local residents been saying to you?
I mean, there is an obvious level of concern here. They are worried about what may have happened to her. There are families who live on this estate. Police say they have stepped up patrols in the area purely as a kind of reassurance. But I spoke to one local resident who didn't want to give his name.
And when you hear something like that, as a parent, it's so shocking.
I mean, you've got children yourself. What does it make you fear for their safety?
Of course, I do. You know, I'm really worried. When we heard about this, most of us as parents have spoken to my neighbors, and we are actually hoping and praying the parents will find her back.
Is there any indication at all, Rowan, why she went missing?
No, and I think this is the kind of worrying thing for her friends and family, who say it is particularly out of character for her. Now, police believe she had some cash on her, but as you say, she didn't have a travel card, she didn't have a mobile phone with her. And so police are asking any tram or bus drivers who may have seen her, if she got on one of their trams or buses, to get in contact. They are really trying to scour the local area to try and track down where she may have gone after having left her grandmother's house.
That's Five Live's Rowan Bridge, who's in Croydon, where Tia Sharp, the 12-year-old, has gone missing.
28 minutes past 1. Good afternoon. Earlier, we heard Lawrence Okoye qualifying for the final of the discus with his very last throw, a distance of 65.28 metres. 65.28 metres. And it's fair to say he roared his approval and made the stadium shake. Once he'd calmed down, he spoke to Sonia McLaughlin.
Lawrence, just give me an idea of the emotions, because it all came down to the final throw. What were you thinking when you knew you'd done it?
Yeah, it was. I had to let it all out because it was really difficult. The standard was unbelievably high, as high as it's ever been. So it's going to take a lot to do well tomorrow. But I'm really pleased I got the job done. Now I've just got to go home and rest and make sure I come up strong tomorrow.
What happened in the first throw? Because it hardly went anywhere. You nearly clocked a photographer.
Yeah, I just came off my fingers wrong, and that happens. We've got 3 throws to get it right, and luckily I got it right in the 3rd throw. So.
Yeah. You were so emotional. When you knew you'd qualified. How much does it mean to you at 20 years of age to be into this Olympic final?
It's everything. That's why everyone shared it with me, and the passion I have for what I'm doing. I'm really pleased I got the job done, but now there's another job to do tomorrow.
And having thrown now 65, which looked comfortably, albeit when you were staring down the barrel, you've been over 68 metres this season. What do you believe in your heart you can achieve in that final?
I believe I can throw my best, and that's what I'm going to have to do if I want to do well here. So it's going to take a lot. The guys here are excellent. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be fun as well.
He's a big old lad, 6'6", over 20 stone, but he's in the final of the discus, is Lawrence Okoye, and that was him talking to Sonia McLaughlin. It's 1:30. This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Time for the news.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The 5 Live News with Tom Sanders. The Syrian Prime Minister has defected to the opposition. Riyad Hijab, who's fled to Jordan, is the highest-ranking member of President Assad's regime to have changed sides since the start of the uprising. It's thought the government is about to announce it's abandoning its plans to reform the House of Lords. The changes are important to the Liberal Democrats, but are unpopular with many Conservative backbenchers. A 25-year-old whose pit bull terrier attacked several police officers in East London has been found guilty of owning a dog that went dangerously out of control in a public place. Simeon Robinson-Pierre has yet to be sentenced. Voters in Corby will select a new MP later on this year, following the announcement that the Conservative Louise Mensch is stepping down. She's due to move to be with her family in the US. And now the sports news. Here's Will Perry.
We're at the Riverbank Arena this afternoon for the women's hockey, and bottom of Group A, Japan are about to take on China, and Team GB also in Group A. Later they play a crucial game against Netherlands. Let's bring you up to date with what's happened so far. 3 British athletes into the semi-finals of the 1500 metres. World silver medalist Hannah England, Lisa Dobrisky and Laura Waitman all through, Dobrisky winning her heat. Lawrence Okoye is into the final of the discus. He threw 65.28 metres with his 3rd and final throw. Brett Morse, though, failed to make the discus final. A mixed displays from GB's 800 metres runners this morning. Michael Rimmer and Gareth Warburton missed out on the semi-finals, but Andrew Assaji is through. Chappers.
Thank you very much. Well, 5 Live, Mark Chapman and Victoria Derbyshire with you until 2 o'clock when Peter and Colin take over, and we're joined now by Great Britain's latest Olympic medalist.
Ohurugu now is driving through. Is this going to be a replay of Beijing, or has she left it too late? It's Sanya Richards-Ross from Ohurugu, takes the silver on the line.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I think once you've had gold, it's very difficult to accept anything else. But, maybe give me a couple of days and I'll get over the disappointment.
Bearing in mind where you were almost, a year ago?
Yeah.
Dreadful injury.
Yeah.
This is a magnificent silver medal.
Yeah, I know, and I feel bad for being disappointed. I feel really ungrateful, and, I came second out of, the Wilds. So I feel very annoyed at myself for being disappointed, but I really wanted gold.
Delighted to say Christine is with us now. Christine, you and Mo Farah are both partly responsible for the state of my voice. And shouting and cheering. That's all right. That's all right. It's my own fault for getting so overexcited. Now the dust has settled, how do you feel?
I feel better. I think my spirits are definitely lifted once I walked around the stadium and I just saw all the wonderful people that came out to support me and the rest of the GB team. It was something that I've never ever experienced, and it really did uplift me. I think it really got to me that, despite winning silver, it was like gold to them, and that was really important.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good way of putting it. You could feel the love and the warmth from the British public, could you?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, it was like they were family. I didn't know them, didn't know all of them, but it was like they were family. They were all out to support me, and it was incredibly uplifting. I really couldn't put into words what that felt like, but, you know, I just thought, why should I be miserable when I have all these people here cheering me on and, you know, screaming and just enjoying themselves, and enjoyed what I had done for them that evening.
And now, when you do all these interviews and you get sort of walked around the Olympic Park, and you must be still bumping into to British fans and British people who are around, and that must still be continuing today. I mean, what have people been saying to you message-wise this afternoon?
It's been great. I mean, I've had nothing but support and congratulatory remarks, and it just makes me wonder why we're so disappointed in the first place. But no, it's been really, really, really special. I think to be at your home Olympics and to perform and to make the final and to ultimately come out with a silver medal is something that is not always easy to do. And I think when you do it, it's something that should be cherished. What about the relay then? Now and the 4x4, do you immediately start concentrating on that, or do you give yourself today to just enjoy last night? I just wanted today just to catch up on some sleep and just to enjoy, savour the moment, get all my kind of obligatory media events taken care of. But yeah, we still have to be on form for the relay, so I just take today off, and then tomorrow I'll start getting back to my training to help prepare myself and support the rest of the girls in the relays later. And that relay chance is fantastic, isn't it? I mean, Perry Shakes Drayton, another member of that team, is flying at the moment. I mean, I watched her win at Crystal Palace. She looked very good last night as well. Yeah, I think we have a good team, and I think seeing what happened yesterday in the 400, I don't really think that we should have too much to worry about. I mean, obviously you're going to proceed with caution and still be vigilant with regards to how we approach the relays, but I really do think that we have, you know, a really good chance of doing something special.
Is it true, Christine? Hello, it's Victoria here. Congratulations. Is it true your parents simply walked home from the stadium last night?
Yeah, I spoke to my mum this morning and she told me, and I laughed. She goes, yeah, we just walked home. So she got the bus there on the way there because she didn't like the walk or something like that. But then she said, oh, well, they walked home after. It was quite late, but they wandered back. I thought, oh, that's quite nice.
That is sweet. No, I mean, nobody wanted to leave from. You know, obviously you have to leave the stadium eventually, but people were just taking pictures outside, wanting to. I don't know. There's something about all being connected together. Having seen people like yourselves win a superb medal, obviously having seen Usain Bolt, it's just I don't know.
I think sport is a great unifier, and I think the great thing about the British public is that they've really embraced sport and they've really come out to support the games and to support all the athletes, and that's something that all the other countries, all the other participants of the games, the non-British participants, have agreed that our crowd has been something that they've never experienced before.
We are really proud of you, Christine. A gold in Beijing, a silver now. Very, very proud, and I'm glad that you're sensing the pride and the love from the country now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks
All right,
a lot.
talk to you soon. Cheers.
Okay,
Christina
bye.
Huragu on 5 Live. That's what's happened so far. What's coming up later?
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
The Geiger counter of Olympomania is going to go zoink.
The Olympic Games are coming home.
One day we will tell our children and our grandchildren that when our time came, we did it right.
I declare open the Games of London, celebrating the 30th Olympiad of the modern era.
The venues are ready, the stadium is ready, the aquatic centre is ready, the velodrome is ready, the security is ready, the police are ready, the transport system is ready, and our Team GB athletes are ready, aren't they?
Right then, here's a man who shouts every day and it doesn't seem to affect his voice. Steve Bonds, who's actually ready?
Yes, well, I'm ready. Your voice isn't. It's our Beth today, Beth Tweddle. She goes for gold in gymnastics. That's not an error, chappers. She could get gold. A female Brit at gymnastics. She's 27. That's close to OAP in the tiny teenage wonderland of gymnastics. She remembers walking out onto the mat, taking a bow, knowing that every one of the girls next to her would beat her. Belarusians, Chinese, Russians, all teenagers, they'd all beat her. They would all absolutely clean up. There was a conveyor belt coming out of the Eastern Bloc. We had nothing. Our equipment was basic. Our talent pool, however, was deep in many ways. A kid called Tweddle started to develop. She's now won 3 world and 6 European titles. She's had keyhole surgery recently. She's recovered. She overcame the odds. She kept going. She has changed the face of gymnastics, British gymnastics. The laughing has stopped. But it's an uneven playing field. We never had the old school dubious motivation. Tweddle's our kind of girl. Uneven bars today. Tweddle delight. Day 10. We did it right, trust me.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Steve. Thank you. Right, let's get a result from Juliet Farrington in the laser radial. Hi, Juliet.
Hi there, Victoria. Alison Young finishes 5th in the laser radial, 4th in the medal race. Annalise Murphy, though, of Ireland as well, just missing out on bronze. China winning the gold medal. We have the Netherlands in 2nd and Belgium 3rd. But Pippa Wilson, firstly, very quickly, Alison Young can be very happy with the last week that she's just had. And that silver and bronze medal changed hands quite a few times.
Yeah, so tough this medal race. We've really seen that this week. You know, you have to be really on your game in that last race of the series, and Alison should be so proud of her performance this week. It's obviously a shame for her not to medal, but we're so proud of her. She'll take a huge amount of confidence from this, and I'm sure she'll be one to watch in Rio.
So 5th place overall for Alison Young. Just to give you some good news, though, as far as Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell are concerned, in the 470 men's, pushing Australia all the way on the scorecard. They've now closed the gap to 2 points after race 7. Bithell and Patience in the silver medal position overall.
So we go from sailing to Greco-Roman wrestling because the men's competition is later on. Medals could be won, will be won, in fact, but not by anybody from our country because there's no British representation. Rob Nothman and James Cracknell are going to be watching this inside the XL Arena. Come on then, Rob, talk us through what this sport looks like. Is this the one with sort of 2 big men in leotards grappling with each other?
Yeah, you've got it pretty much in one there, Mark. But again, this is an example of how London 2012 is succeeding in staging sports, because inside this XL Arena there's not a spare seat to be had. We're watching 3 mats in front of us, 3 different qualifying bouts going on. We've just watched on the extreme right an Iranian by the name of Babajanzadeh take on an Iraqi, Salman, in what can only be described as a local derby. And the Iranian won in fairly emphatic circumstances. James, what do you make of the tactics going on here? You're a big fella yourself, but the guys, those Iranian and Iraqis, were both over 120 kilograms, which is about 19 stone. So just explain what these tactics are.
Well, the tactics in Greco-Roman wrestling is different from freestyle wrestling because you can't grab below the waist and you can't use your legs to trip people up. And I was explaining to my little boy I was going to the wrestling, and he said, "What's going to happen?" And I said, "I don't know, it's not fixed." So that's quite important, that it is not fixed and there's no ropes. And so they basically start off trying to have a fall or pin the opposition down for 2 seconds on the back. And if after 90 seconds of the 3-minute round it's even and no score, then they'll go to one guy will get down on his hands and knees and the other guy tries to flip him over. So it requires a huge amount of strength in every way, plus the tactics. And no matter what their size, their body shape, if you think, say, rowers it's important to be tall and long levers. These guys are built like the brick outhouse, and seeing on the bus coming in, you could tell the Bulgarians and the Iranians, the Iraqis, the ex-Soviet states, it's really big in all those countries, that They look like people who are bouncers with cauliflower ears, is basically how I can describe it. And feel free to come down and tell them they look stupid in a leotard.
I was just trying to be descriptive, James, that was all.
You're quite right.
I think it's fair to say, James, you've got some experience of coming across some of these Bulgarian wrestlers, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right, Rob. We were... we'd train out of the country, and our coach used to like going to altitude. And we went to Bulgaria and effectively what is basically a leisure centre, if you can call it that, at altitude. So there'd be a 50-metre pool, there'd be indoor track and field stuff. And there's also, because wrestling's such a big sport there, their wrestling team trained there. And they would wrestle all the time. So they'd wrestle, they'd be queuing up in the canteen, and one of them would randomly trip the other one up with or without a tray of food and try and pin him to the ground. And they'd practice their wrestling with mannequins, leather mannequins filled with lead shot. And they used to get really annoyed that we used to, when we finished the gym, used to leave their mannequins in all sorts of positions you shouldn't have mannequins in. And so they then used to muck up our weights and row machines. But they're guys that you don't want to mess with. You could just see the passion in them, whether it's Iran versus Iraq or lots of the Soviet states that have split up. We watched an Armenian guy take a Russian guy apart, which was another local derby.
And the crowd, I think it's fair to say, Mark, are loving it. Again, hardly a seat to be had. Beautifully staged, lighting impressive, a real sense of theatre, 3 mats in front of us, and we'll keep our eyes posted on everything that goes on.
Yeah, there's 3 things, it's all going on at the same time. There's like, if you think the story of Goldilocks and the 3 bears, that's pretty much 3 mats. It's small, medium and large. So there's the little bears hanging around on the left, and then there's a big bad bear who's just got down on his hands and knees, and the Egyptian is basically going to try and roll him over, and the Cuban guy, who is the reigning Olympic champion, is not taking kindly to having his porridge stolen at the moment.
Right, we'll keep you posted, Mark. I promise you we won't miss a thing.
Let's talk to, thank you for your descriptions, James and Rob. Let's talk to Mark Cocker, who represented England in the 2010 at the Commonwealth Games in both the Greco-Roman and freestyle wrestling disciplines. Hello to you, good afternoon.
Hi there, I was listening intently then to his description of wrestling. It was very interesting analogies he was using.
Did you like them, or do you think we're not being fair?
No, I liked them. No, it's good. I mean, both sports, both disciplines, Greco-Roman and freestyle, are very exciting and dynamic sports. I mean, he got it spot on with saying that the main difference between the two is that in Greco-Roman you can only attack above the waist, whereas freestyle you can attack anywhere really. But both of them are very exciting, dynamic sports, and I'm glad he's enjoying it down there. It sounds amazing.
And what do you think British spectators will make of it?
Well, I'm hoping, and everyone in British wrestling is hoping, that, you know, most of all, children will hopefully flick onto the BBC coverage or go down there themselves if they're lucky enough to get a ticket and see what a great sport it is. You know, it's quite easy when you think of wrestling to think of WWE and all the glitz and the star-studded stuff that goes on in America, but it's actually a very technical Olympic sport, which has been there right from the beginning. Even if you go back to ancient Greece, it was there.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that, you know, many parallels with judo, which is a very popular sport at the moment. I'm hoping that children will look at the wrestling and, you know, go down to the local wrestling club and want to get involved, and maybe, you know, 8 years' time we could have our own Olympic champions.
Thank you very much, Mark. Mark Cocker, who represented England in the 2010 Commonwealth Games. Let's talk to Tanya Farah now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How have the last 48 hours been for you and your gold medal-winning 10,000 metre runner husband, Mo?
It's been pretty non-stop, as you can imagine. Obviously, everyone's been so supportive and getting behind Mo since he won on Saturday night. So it's been quite a whirlwind, really, but it's nice. We like it.
What was the? I mean, we saw that, you know, everybody saw him hugging you and daughter Rihanna after winning gold on Saturday night. Really, and some delicious images all reprinted in the next day's newspapers. What did you first say to him when he put his arms around you?
I believe I said, I'm really proud of you. I think that's all I said, really, because it was just, we were both, I think, caught up in the moment, and it was still quite a shock, especially to him. He didn't say anything. He was completely speechless. So I just said that I was proud of him, and we just sort of enjoyed the moment without speaking, really.
And what was the shock that what was the shock? That he'd won gold, or that he'd been surged on by the crowd in the last lap?
I think it was just the fact that he'd just become Olympic champion. I mean, he always knew that he was able to do it, and that's what his goal was. I don't think he was going for anything but the gold, but for it to actually happen in that moment, it was just, everything you'd ever dreamed of, and it's quite hard for you to accept that that's what's just happened in such a short space of time. Obviously now I think it's finally hit him, but at the time it was just sort of just disbelief of what just happened.
And is he being able to focus now for the heats for the 5,000 metres?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's feeling good. He went straight into the ice bath and got the doctors all started to do what they do best with him, make sure that he was physically okay, and he seems to be fine. I'm fairly sure he's going to do the 5K. So he's back in the zone now, and he's back refocusing on the next race. So yeah, he's ready.
Are you aware, Tanya, in such a personal moment when the three of you are on the track and hugging and saying those words to each other, are you aware of all the photographers around you and 80,000 people with all their eyes on you and 17 million people watching on television?
I didn't quite realise at the time how many people were watching until afterwards, obviously, when everybody... I mean, I can't walk down the street now without people recognising me. I came home... yesterday, actually. I stayed up in near the stadium on Saturday night, and I came home yesterday, and I got a round of applause from random people standing around the block of apartments where I'm staying, and just people coming out onto their balconies, and it was like a hero's welcome, and I almost felt like I didn't deserve it because I hadn't done anything, but it was just, I didn't realise at the time, you don't really. It was just a case of I wanted to be one of the first to congratulate him, obviously, and at that moment, I didn't quite realise how many people were watching. I mean, I've been getting emails from my neighbours in America. Everybody in our neighbourhood in Portland was watching that. People that I didn't know that well, people that I didn't think even had my email address. People just all over the world have been emailing us, and it was just really surreal that so many people watched it. You forget, you really do.
When we spoke to you on Friday, you said you had to have a checkup with the doctors because obviously you're expecting twins. As you said to us, quote, any moment now, I think you said any minute now. And you'd have a conversation about whether you should be in the stadium on Saturday night. Clearly you were, but everything going according to plan.
Yeah, no, everything's fine. I've got to go and see the doctor again this week. He wants to make sure that I'm not too fatigued or anything. Obviously Saturday was quite emotionally draining as well as physically. But yeah, it's a case of we don't really know. So it could happen. We know that it's going to happen soon, but when it happens, we don't know yet. So I feel fine. I was able to control the emotions a bit on Saturday, and I remained as calm as I possibly could, within reason, of course. So it's fine. I'm glad that everything has gone well, and I haven't had any issues physically. So hopefully I'll be able to make it to the 5K final this Saturday, providing Mo makes it, of course.
Yeah. Thank you very much for talking to us again. Thank you, Tanya Farah, wife of Mo.
Now, Britain could secure as many as 5 medals today in the boxing. Nicola Adams, Natasha Jones, Savannah Marshall, Anthony Ogogo and Anthony Joshua are all in quarter-final action, and therefore, if they win, they'll be guaranteed at least a bronze medal. Let's talk to Darren Fletcher and bring back Steve Bunce at the XL Arena. Darren, start with Luke Campbell because he's already got the ball rolling.
He has. It was a good job there weren't 6 medalists, otherwise you might have died halfway through the 5th name. You did well to get the 5 out. Yeah, Luke Campbell started the ball rolling last night. He's guaranteed a bronze into the last 4, and he manages to avoid the top seed Alvarez from Cuba as well. So Bunce is pretty confident now that Luke Campbell can win his semi-final and will actually fight for gold at the end of the week. We've got 3 really good chances for the women later on. Nicola Adams is due in the ring in a couple of fights' time against Stoica Petrova. She's in the flyweight class. She's the silver medalist in the last 3 World Championships, so it's a genuine gold medal hope here. Then we've got a cracking fight. Natasha Jonas, who we saw yesterday, who's received support on Twitter today from Wayne Rooney. She's fighting Katie Taylor from Ireland. There are lots of Irish supporters here at XL today. She's the 4 times world champion, so that's going to be a fantastic bout. And then our our very own world champion, Savannah Marshall, just about brings to a close the afternoon session when she fights Marina Volnova from Kazakhstan at middleweight. So 3 very good medal prospects. All of the 5 bouts today, Mark, if we win them, then we get at least a bronze medal. So we really are down to the business end of the boxing competition now.
You must be looking forward, Bunsey, to Natasha Jonas against Katie Taylor from Ireland.
Yeah, I am. Mostly because Jonas was fantastic yesterday, and she's a terrific sportswoman. But to watch someone like Katie Taylor, you've seen some excellence, Mark. I know you have in the last 10 days or so. And when you're in the presence of someone that's just that good. And Katie Taylor, not only has she won 4 world titles and 5 European titles, but just to give you a sense of how popular she is in Ireland, I was there for a world title fight at the New Point, 12,000 people 18 months ago in Dublin, and shortly before Bernard Dunn came to the ring, a few celebrities were introduced, and Brian O'Driscoll and 1 or 2 of the rugby boys got a fantastic reception, and then Westlife were introduced and they got a great reception, and then Bono was introduced and he got a great reception, and then the guy in the ring who genuinely was the Blarney King, the guy in the ring said, as he turned to everyone and he said, and now, and he gave it a build up, he did Katie Taylor, and I counted it was a 6-minute standing ovation for Katie Taylor. That gives you an idea of how big this woman is in Ireland.
Chappers, are you going to tell him or shall I? It's Bono, Bunsey. It's Bono.
No, it's Bono, mate.
Bono.
Bono, you say Bono, I say Bono. He likes potatoes.
We spoke earlier, Darren, about the French and their complaints maybe about the Brits and the cycling, and I just wonder what the feeling in the XL is about the Brits and some of the marginal decisions they've got in the boxing.
Well, I think if that was the case, and I know you're talking about Anthony Ogogo and you're talking about Anthony Joshua, the balance was redressed last night in the Luke Campbell bout, because Luke Campbell, in Bunsey's opinion, and he knows a damn sight more about this sport than I do, he said that in his opinion Luke Campbell had coasted all 3 rounds, and he actually went into the final round a point down on the judges' cards and needed a Herculean effort in the final 3 minutes to actually secure that bronze medal. When I spoke to Luke Campbell downstairs after, and a couple of the GB coaches as well, they were of the same opinion, that the judging last night was actually the other way round. The British boxer actually received less than favourable treatment from the judges here at XL. So it's so difficult to score amateur boxing, Chappers, that it's all on opinion. 5 guys around the ring have got to see the same thing. It's got to be a clean shot with the knuckle part of the glove. So there is so much room for error. That's why there are 5 of them scattered around the place. But last night, the people who were saying that this was a GB biased judging panel here at XL, it was completely the opposite last night for Luke Campbell, and he got away with it about that he should have won extremely comfortably, but in actual fact he really had to fight hard in the last 3 minutes to win it.
He certainly did, Mark, and in the first round particularly I thought it was a whitewash. I thought it was a 9-point round. He went back a point down, and I turned to Fletch here and I aped something that was said to Norman Mailer at ringside at the Rumble in the Jungle. I said, the fix is in, Fletch, because I just felt it was payback for a lot of 1 or 2 close decisions, and I thought this would be a disgrace.
It's a big afternoon for Bunsey Chappers as well, because he's going to do the boxing, then he's going to try and sneak into the competition of the Greco-Roman wrestling just down the corridor a little bit later on. I think we'd be a good tag team, if there's such a thing.
My only problem is it's the plus 91 kilo in the wrestling and the plus 91 kilo in the weightlifting, and my gut qualifies me for both.
Listen, thank you to you both. The way Rob and James spoke about the Greco-Roman wrestling, I'm tempted now to go down and see whether I can sneak in, Victoria.
I thought Mark, our guest, the former Commonwealth freestyle and Greco-Roman wrestler, was going to tell us off, actually, because for being slightly disrespectful, but he was cool, and that was good.
Yeah, they were selling it, weren't they?
Yes, exactly. Bono's a dog biscuit.
He's more a Westlife man, is Bunsey. More a Westlife man.
Listen, here in the Handball Arena, the Copper Box, we have Paul Goodwin, Chief Executive of British Handball, and we also have Kevin Smith, who's a volunteer and a big 5 Live listener. Is that right, Kevin?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Good. So, your experience of volunteering in the last week or so?
It's been fabulous just to be part of a great event in the Copper Box. And obviously be part of the Olympic Games, and it's just been fabulous.
I'll tell you what I've noticed, particularly when I've been with my children, when you walk out of a venue after watching a match or a tournament or whatever it is, all the volunteers are high-fiving the little kids as they leave. It is so welcoming, it's so friendly, isn't it?
It's just a great thing to see, everybody walking around the park, volunteers engaging with the public when they come in, and the public engaging with the volunteers as well, which has been fabulous.
Better than the day job?
I better be careful, I don't know who's listening, but yeah, definitely better than a day job.
He's a bank manager at the Co-op in Chelmsford. Thank you very much, Kevin. I'm glad you're listening to 5 Live. Paul Goodwin, hello, Chief Executive of British Handball. How are you?
Yeah, hi Victoria, yeah, fine.
Now, you didn't want this to be called the Copper Box, did you? You wanted it to be called the Handball Arena. Are you okay with it now?
Well, I suppose during games time it's absolutely fine. After the games, it would have been really good to have kept it as a Handball Arena to reinforce the legacy.
Yeah. But listen, you know, there is going to be a legacy. I've been here twice now. You can see the popularity of this sport. You can see kids loving it. I'm getting messages from listeners saying, you know, my 16-year-old son Googled to find their local handball club, having been here at the weekend. It's going to take off. You can feel it.
Yeah, I mean, the response we've had on social media and on emails and our website hits has been phenomenal. And certainly young people are really getting something out of the handball at the moment. So we know for sure that age group, it's going to be great for them.
And is it true the British Handball Association website crashed 3 times yesterday?
No, at the beginning of the week. We have sorted that out now, but yes, it was a phenomenal response.
No, I'm not criticising. It's just that shows how popular it is. Don't worry. Okay, Great Britain, men and women, haven't won a game. I mean, Great Britain have got one final game this afternoon against the Beijing silver medalists, Iceland. It would be uplifting to see them put in a really good performance, wouldn't it? Just to finish off.
It really would.
Yeah.
As much for them as anything. You know, they put so much into this. They really do want to get a much closer result than some of the games they've had.
And what does it mean? I mean, they haven't won a game, so what does that mean for funding from UK sport in the future? You've got the not winning a game, yet you've got the clear popularity from the spectators.
Yeah. We always knew that was going to be difficult. This was a special purpose vehicle. It was put together for the Olympic cycle, the London cycle. And unless we pulled something miraculous out of the bag, it was always going to be difficult. But, never fear. We're going to work hard to make sure that handball's here for good.
I'm not fearing. I'm not afraid in any way, Paul. Thank you very much for coming on the programme.
Okay,
Paul Goodwin, Chief Executive of British Handball. Good afternoon, Peter. Where are you?
I'm in the park. I'm in Happy Land, Victoria. This is
La La Land, yeah.
This is La La Land. This is a land where all the normal rules are suspended, where everyone is happy, where everyone smiles all the time, where children get to eat whatever they want. I'm sitting next
true.
I'm sitting next to Nee. What are you eating at the moment, Nee?
Ice cream.
And what have you had just a few minutes ago? Burger?
Burger.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Are you happy?
Yeah.
Welcome to La La Land. There you are, you see. In this land, everybody gets to eat ice creams. Oh, I really fancy the look of that ice cream as well. She's getting to that awkward bit. You know, when you just run into the paper cover and you start to find yourself licking the paper. She's just down to that bit. It looks pretty. You know, you're handling it well. Let's have a look at the mouth. A little bit of ice cream, but not bad. You're doing very well indeed. A very sophisticated lady. Thanks very much for your company, Victoria. It is true, though, isn't it? It is just undeniably, whatever you may be experiencing outside, it is just a happy place. She's gone. She's happy, but she's gone. So this is Pete Allen, and I'm with Colin, and we're here to escort you through the next 4 or 5 hours of activity in Happy Land. Join us after the news, which is next.